Hello, microphone is working. Hi everyone, thank you for coming. Okay, so we appreciate you guys showing up on a Saturday afternoon. We're pretty excited about today. We're broadcasting on several outlets, and we have a good audience here in where we're recording. So thank you for coming, and we're happy to see you guys here in person. So my name is Enoch Moore, and we are a representative today of several organizations that are sponsoring this event, all with the same goal. Okay, with the same goal to promote our liberty. And liberty has many different aspects. For me, I came through the route of having a love for the founding fathers of this nation and the Constitution, but it goes so much beyond that once you get into it and once you take it seriously. So I believe that God made us all free, naturally. That is the natural state of mankind and us as individuals, is we are free beings, and other people don't have the right to control us. That is unrighteous dominion on us. And so I believe that our freedom to choose, to both succeed and fail, is important to our divine creation and who we are, so that we can grow and learn and so forth. So freedom is important on so many different levels. We advocate with Defending Utah for freedom in civics and teaching our communities how to be free by knowing the law. And then we also have a nonprofit called Mount Zion Ministries, where essentially, as we learned about claiming our freedom, and we learned that there are so many roadblocks in society and the system to our freedom, one thing that is honored is our religious freedom more than anything else. And God made us free. Is this not a deeply held religious belief that we ought to live in our rights and that our neighbors ought to live in their rights? So we've had a lot of success in these various organizations, and we've had success helping individuals. We've had success in communities, people claiming their exemptions, even in areas where you didn't feel like it would be possible. A nurse going to medical school at a university was able to claim her vaccine exemptions when they were determined to say no, because when it was a deeply held religious belief, then they honored that. It's unfortunate that it takes that much effort, right? And getting so much behind you to do that, right? And so what we want to do is build a culture where people naturally honor other people's rights. And that's really the long-term solution. But why we're here today talking about health freedom, another angle to our liberty is control of our bodies. Because we live in this world where we think the only way to be healthy is you have to rely on other people, other systems. You have to rely on, well, I better have a good job that has really good health insurance so that I can pay for my chemotherapy so I don't die, right? At the end of the day, it's this fear that we live under. Well, there are so many examples, but just at a high level, there are so many ways where we don't need those systems if we understand how our bodies work. If we understand we're not only made free as individuals civically, but we are made free. Our bodies are self-functioning. But it's our ignorance of how our bodies work that make us think we have to rely on others, or that we have to fear certain things, or that everywhere we go, we have to be afraid that someone else is going to touch us and then we're going to get the cooties and we're going to die, right? It's this constant fear. But what does the Lord tell us? Fear is the opposite of faith. So it's interesting, the more I got involved in civics and understanding how secret combinations have destroyed our freedom and our way of life, this battle for freedom is no different than the spiritual battle for our liberty. So that's why we've dedicated this month, where we normally do a Constitution boot camp, where we train on civics and we train people on how to help their local representatives uphold the law properly. Where today we're focusing on health and health sovereignty and increasing our knowledge on how our health works and how our bodies work. And you know what? We experiment, we explore, because that is how you discover truth. We have to ask questions. I love how our founding fathers piggybacked off of many different historical figures, including those in Greece. One of them was Socrates. And Socrates' method for learning, in a way that he tried not to upset the establishment of his day, which pushed, Jupiter and Greek gods and so forth. Instead of just railing against them directly, he made people ask questions. And questions is the beginning point to gain new knowledge. It's the scientific method also, right? You've heard this phrase, there is no difference to God between temporal and spiritual. I think the scientific method applies when you're learning natural law, spiritual principles, and scientific principles. They are one and the same. If they look like they differ, it's because we don't understand one or both of them. That's my view, anyway. So in the Relentless Pursuit of Truth, we do these events every month. And today we have some great guests from their nonprofit Health Saves, the Gundersons. They're both very intelligent, very well credentialed, and we have Dr. Fadwa, who's also very intelligent, credentialed, and experienced in health freedom in Michigan. She's done a lot. In fact, that's actually how I came across her. She was doing freedom work in Michigan, and she was just looking for something online and stumbled across me and some of I had written some sample documents for counties to nullify state and federal overreach, and she stumbled across them. And so, we've been talking for a few years since then. And I actually got to help be involved in Michigan, and they were successful in creating nullification ordinances in their counties for the Second Amendment when their governor was doing tyrannical Second Amendment things, right? So the solution to our liberty, it's very well aligned in that in our communities, you have to nullify locally. Just like in our health, we nullify the system locally. Locally is our own bodies, our own individual brains, and our own understanding of, I don't care what the world does. I know what actually makes me healthy. I know what I should be concerned about. I know, I know how I'm going to manage. Okay, I live in a city, shouldn't live by a cell phone tower, but if I do, at least you kind of are aware and you can mitigate it. You can make your own choices on how you mitigate those things. So, I guess that's kind of my introduction. I appreciate you guys. For those of you online, we do have a large audience online on our different platforms, and we have up on the board there links. So we would love for anyone to join us in civic defense of the Constitution. If you look at the link there, defendingutah.org/membership. And we are always looking for new people to mentor, to help us become the teachers behind the scenes for those that are actually seeking to defend our Constitution in our city councils. Because oftentimes they want to do the right thing, they just don't know how. We have to be the body of people that store that knowledge. So we'd love for you to join us. If you're looking for a way to kind of stand individually on your freedom, also on the screen is mountzarin.org, our religious liberty and freedom ministry. And we've got a few solutions there which are more focused towards the individual. So helping the individual in their specific situations, protecting children by having marriages start off on the wrong foot, such as without a license. Did you know you could do that? You absolutely can. And it's a guaranteed right under the Constitution, under the right to contract, which keeps the children out of the jurisdiction of the state. So there's all kinds of projects that we have there. So we'd love for you to check those out. And we also have the link for the Gundersons Health Saves and Dr. Fadwa. So please check those out as we go through today's event. We're going to start with Cassidy Gunderson and then Jordan. And then we'll take a 30-minute break. So if people want to go eat something at that time, they can. And then we'll come back and we'll have Fadwa at 5:30. So thank you very much. And Cassidy, we'll turn the time over to you. You can just come up here. I'll help you if you need. Yep.
Technology's not my thing.
Yep. This button on the bottom, and you see the light shine on.
There we go. I think I just didn't hold it long enough. Didn't have enough patience, I guess. Did I press? I don't know what that is. Is that the thing? Okay. Okay, there we go. Got it.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I figured out my technology problems. Welcome, everybody. My name is Cassidy Gunderson. I'm excited to be here. I got asked 3 times this week if I was 22, so I am not. I promise you, I have a little bit more experience than that, but I guess not a whole lot. Want to put a disclaimer at the very beginning. This is not medical information. This is my experience and things that I've studied and learned, and don't want to get in the way of that. So my question today, to start off, is who are you? Who are you? What are you made of? Think about that. And while you think about that, I'm going to tell you who I am. So these are pictures of me when Jordan and I were first married, within the first couple of months of marriage, because I couldn't stay awake. I was diagnosed at this time with 13 different health conditions. The doctor told me I was going to die. I had started my health journey at age 12 when I got my first kidney stones. And I started having kidney stones every couple of months from there on out for as long, I had assumed it was for the rest of my life. And a couple years later, I was diagnosed with PCOS or endometriosis. And then a couple years later, it just added up until I was 22 when we got married, 21. I can't remember, 22. I was 22 when we got married, and we went to the doctor's office together, and that's when the doctor advised us not to have kids. I maybe had a couple years left and I was gonna die. We walked out of that doctor's office and I was just in shock, and Jordan said, no, that's not the answer. We're gonna find another way. And I was like, but what? What is that other way? How am I going to get better? I knew nothing about health. Like literally, I knew nothing. So I did what every responsible person would do, and I went on Pinterest to learn about health. So I went home from my doctor's appointment and I started researching on Pinterest, everything I could find about recipes or nutrition. And I just started reading. I quickly learned that I loved it. I loved learning about nutrition. And so that led into me reading more books, and I devoured every book I could find. And I decided in that passion to go back to school and get my master's and PhD in nutrition. During this time, I thought I'd found the answer to all of my problems, and I started doing the keto / kind of carnivore diet to get rid of a lot of my problems. And I felt better than I ever had, and I started going to school. In school, I very quickly learned that that was not sustainable and not how our bodies work. I learned that your bodies need starches for survival for a number of things. We'll talk about that today. We need probiotics, probiotic foods for a number of things. And everything started coming down on me. As I was in school, I was like, Jordan, we need to do something. So I took everything I'd been gathering, and we decided to do a 2-week trial to switch our diet, to clean up everything. And now, to give you a sense of what switching our diet meant, I would go months without drinking water because, who needs water when you have soda? And I would literally, I remember I have a picture. Sometimes I put it in my presentations. I didn't this time. I have a picture of going on a trip with one of my friends, and it's literally just Hostess snacks for the week. We only ate Hostess snacks. So when I say clean up our diet, I had a salad for the first time when I was 22. It was amazing. I was like, wow, did you know asparagus, Jordan? He was like, yeah. So I really cleaned things up. And within 6 months on my new dietary protocol, I had reversed every single disease I had. My blood work came back completely clear. And so I knew that what I was doing was working. And then I was in my program, and all these people heard about my story. So they kept coming to us asking for me to coach them. But I was like, I don't know anything. I'm still in school. So I took on a bunch of free clients and started helping people. And one by one, they all started getting better and reversing these diseases. And I was like, what are we like? Wow, I had no idea what this world of nutrition could do. And it got so big that eventually we had to kind of stop our day job, stop what we were doing, and go all in on health. And I'm glad we did. And Jordan will talk to you about the next steps in that and where that went for us and all the stuff we learned. But I went from this every single day to this by what I put in my mouth every single day. When we talk about our ability to be sovereign and be healthy, it really starts with the choice we make the most, what food we're putting into our body every single day. And every single bite is a new choice, is a new decision. So you made a bad one at breakfast, but guess what? The next bite, the next meal is a new decision. You get to remake that decision all the time. When we put godly foods into our body, we get godly blessings. I believe that's true. And in today's world, you can go back into the Flexner report, and then you go into Monsanto and all, we could talk about all those things, and I'm not going to today. although we should sometime. But really, when you get down into it, our food has been perverted. It's been changed. Things now that we couldn't consider eating. 100 years ago, they never would have even understood what we were talking about. That our food has been so perverted. And so if we could get back to the basics, back to the essentials, back to what people ate for thousands of years, back to what God commanded Adam and Eve to eat in the Garden of Eden, we will all feel so much better and so much healthier. So when I ask who you are, what I'm really talking about is, what are you made of? Okay? And so the first me was actually a bunch of gut microbes. And oh, wrong way. Sorry. What's interesting is when I say who you are, there is 30 trillion cells of you. This body is 30 trillion cells, but your gut is 39 trillion cells. Some people even project even more. Some people say it might even be up to a 10-to-1 ratio. So there's more microbes in your stomach than there are cells of you. So who are you? You're actually what you eat. You're actually what's in your gut. A lot more than you're even yourself. That shows how important what we eat is and what we take into our body. Let me see if I can get this the right way. So the true answer is you are your gut microbe. You are your gut microbe. And when you get your gut microbe good, you are good. You are good. So there's a lot of ways we do that. We're going to talk about a lot of different things today. But when you get your microbe in a good place, you feel good mentally, physically. It shows that you can add like 10 to 20 years onto your life by having good gut microbe. We reduce disease, inflammation, depression, anxiety. There's even studies that have been done on trauma and dealing with trauma, emotional, spiritual, and physical trauma, and changing the gut flora to release and heal that. So your gut flora matters so much. So when I say it matters so much, let's get specific. If you guys want to take pictures of these, that's fine. We can also send these out. I love data. The one thing you're going to learn about me is I'm a sucker for a good peer-reviewed study. So there's tons and tons and tons of studies that I combed through, and that's really how I came to this ideology. As I dug through the data, not the data that's on the front page that they want us to see, the real data of these poor funded studies that nobody ever hears about, that don't see the light of day. Those are the good ones when you can really dig through, when you know a little bit about statistics, you can check out their N and make sure it's, proper and make sure there's a good standard deviation. Once you know some of those things, you can sift through all the junk and find the good data. And when you find the good data, it actually supports you so much and you can feel really secure in what you're doing. So I'm going to talk about a lot of things today. How important are those gut microbes? Okay, I'm telling you these things that, yeah, your microbes are important, but just how important are they? They affect literally every part of your life. So obviously, the most obvious one is digestion and nutrient absorption. It makes sense that your gut microbes affect that. My gastroenterologist didn't know that when I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, and I went for the first time, and I said, what foods should I be avoiding? What foods will help and hurt my Crohn's disease? He looked at me and he said, food won't affect it at all. It's not going to affect your digestion. You can eat whatever you want. And that was like, I was like, wait, I literally know nothing. I have a high school degree, but I'm pretty positive that food's going to impact my digestion. And that was the beginning of me asking questions, right? Like Enoch just talked about, asking questions. That doesn't make sense, and that starts your journey. It doesn't make sense that food doesn't affect my digestion. It absolutely does. But one of the interesting things is fiber. Gut bacteria helps digest complex carbohydrates and short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, which help in colon health. So a big part of the reason, and we'll talk about fiber later on, but a big part of the reason I had Crohn's disease and all these issues is I was not getting enough fiber. In fact, 97 or 98% of Americans do not get enough fiber. It is the #1 nutrient deficiency in America, is fiber deficiency. And so if we can up our fiber, we feel so much better in every front. Even just adding 2 grams of fiber, for every 2 grams, you reduce your risk of heart disease and cancer by 10% for every 2 grams. So it's wild how much this plays a role. But these microbes affect that. So some people say, I don't do well with fiber. And we'll talk about that. That makes sense. Because when we don't have the right microbes, initially that is a problem and you have to work around that. The next one it does is it synthesizes your vitamins. People who take tons of vitamins and are still deficient, that they're still not getting. They'll be like, I eat this thing all the time, and yet my blood work always shows that I'm deficient in XYZ. I take my vitamin D pills, and yet I'm deficient in vitamin D every single time. That's because those microbes aren't absorbing and utilizing all those vitamins you're taking in. B vitamins are very common. It's very common. About 60% of Americans, regardless of their diet, are B12 deficient. That's one of those ones that is recycled in the gut, and having good gut flora is essential to proper B12 vitamins. So we look at that, and you kind of see the importance of uptaking all those vitamins, right? Our gut's really important for all those things that we didn't really think it was. And then it helps us to metabolize our food, to break it down, so that you can get the nutrients to every part of your body that those proteins can break down, and all of that kind of stuff. The next one is weight regulation. Microbes are very, very important in weight regulation. It's very closely linked with obesity. Studies show that obese individuals have a tendency to have higher of bacteroids, and several other kinds. There's actually 2 other kinds aside that, but these 2 are significantly higher in those with obesity. So you notice even in different, we can measure different microbes being present in different conditions, which is really interesting. And when we change those microbes, those conditions start to go away, including obesity and weight loss problems. Diabetes and blood sugar control, huge one for that. We talk about insulin sensitivity, really, really important. Those microbes play a huge role in insulin sensitivity because the insulin is what escorts the glucose into the cell. If those microbes can't help break down those glucose molecules, then we have a serious problem, and it sits in the bloodstream. We get high blood sugar, right? Because it can't be introduced into the cell where it's absorbed. And then appetite regulation, and that one kind of makes sense, but our feelings of satiety go down when we don't have proper gut microbe balance. Immune system function, really, really important for our immune system. People that get sick all the time in the winter, people every 2 weeks, we've got some family members that every 2 weeks they can't get together because they're sick on cue every 2 weeks. Gut microbes is one of the underlying cause, right? The gut microbes train the immune system to distinguish between the good and the bad bacteria. And so when you have healthy microbes, anything bad comes in, it's gone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you had access to it. It doesn't matter if you were exposed to it, because the microbes take care of it. You have really improper microbe balances in there, it doesn't know what to do. It can't take care of it. There's not enough other good guys to take out the bad guys, that kind of thing. But then inflammation is a big part of that. Having a healthy microbe reduces inflammation in the body, which allows your body to, again, fight off. And then you are also reducing your risk of things like arthritis and heart disease, which again helps that immune system function. It can also help fight off infections. Specifically, if you've heard of C. diff or E. coli, very common for those that have IBD, IBS. When you look at those conditions, we notice a big part of that is microbes. And then the one I talked about earlier, people are now understanding most of our serotonin in our body is made in the gut. So they have identified, they have some studies where they take a bunch of people with clinical depression and they survey their gut flora, and 100% of them have gut dysbiosis and have certain types of gut flora that are bad in high amounts. In fact, they did one study where they took some gut flora from some people who had clinical depression, and they gave it to rats. Every single one of those rats went into a depressive episode, and most of them died, just by introducing the same gut flora to those rats. So that's really, really important for our mental health as well. Not just for the mood regulation, cognitive function, depression, anxiety, but also for our memory and cognitive decline. We find that those with Alzheimer's, gut dysbiosis every single time. Our gut's not in a proper place. It doesn't have what it needs. And we find that really closely connected. And then we have a skin connection too. We have people all the time who come into our office, people, in their 17, 18, 19, and they're saying, I can't get over my acne no matter what. My acne's not going away. Goes back to the gut. Goes back to the gut every single time. I just had a call this week with a client who had, she's been trying everything for a couple years. She tried Accutane. She said, I could not do it. So many side effects within a couple days. And she's like, So she'd met with us previously and she was like, I don't know if I want to do it. It sounds hard. I think I'm just going to do Accutane. She called me up after 3 days of Accutane and she said, I couldn't do it. So I started on what you said. And she said, within 4 days, my acne was gone. And so, she was like, I was really skeptical. I didn't believe you, but it was her gut. And so we see that, but not just acne, but also things like eczema. We get a lot of kids with eczema and that kind of thing. It goes back to the gut, psoriasis, all of it. And then our heart health. Most people don't know that your heart health is closely linked to your gut flora. Those that really struggle with heart health, a lot of times it goes right back to the gut and gut dysbiosis. So we get that broken down. And part of that, and as it says up top there, is because of the cholesterol and lipid metabolism that happens. And when those things can be properly broken down in the stomach, we don't worry about clogged arteries. We don't worry about those kind of things because everything's being broken down properly. The cholesterol can be broken down and leave the body rather than build up in the arteries. And then we also see that bad microbes affect TMAO in the body, which is linked to increased heart disease. And then the obvious one for me, at least, was IBD, was Crohn's disease, right? IBD is closely linked to it. Autoimmune conditions, MS, arthritis, lupus, things you might not think are connected with gut health are, absolutely. And so it's interesting that changing diet can affect so many of these diseases. And let me say, not only does it prevent these diseases, but you can reverse them in late stage. Like most people don't know, but there's peer-reviewed studies by the leading cardiologist and the president of the American Board of Cardiology reversing late stage heart disease when they're on the heart transplant list by changing diet. So it's not just that you can prevent it. Yeah, this is good. Maybe I can do some things to prevent. But as Enoch was talking about earlier, sometimes you're in a bind. Sometimes you're relying on the medical system and on all these drugs and all these things and they're not working. But what if you can take control? What if I can reverse it in late stages? And it's not theoretical, like there's peer-reviewed studies to back you up. Tons of people have done this. People reach 100% remission on IBD, changing diet, which is incredible, right? The leading drugs for IBD reach about a 50%. I think 53% is the highest one. But 100% reach remission by dietary changes, pretty awesome. Another one is hormones. Hormones are very closely linked to the gut microbe. Makes sense that I had endometriosis at a young age because I was eating my Hostess snacks, right? And that didn't provide me what I needed. And so we get the estrogen metabolism, and then thyroid function is another really important one. Thyroid can be helped so much by changing the diet and by getting what you need and helping those gut microbes be fed properly. So what's really interesting, what this all comes down to, is that your human genome, when we talk about your genetics, you contain about 20 to 25,000 genes, which will determine, then you get into epigenetics and that kind of determines, lifespan or this or your eye color, that kind of thing. But gut microbes, your microbes, over 99% of all the genetic material in your body come from your microbes. So you can literally turn on and turn off genes through proper microbes, right? So you have a cancer gene. We have peer-reviewed studies showing you can change and turn off the gene expression from cancer genes by eating the proper diet. So 99% of your genetic expression comes from your microbe. So what we really like to say, Jordan and I tell this to everyone, genetics loads the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger, right? It doesn't matter if the gun's sitting there loaded on the table, it will never do anything. But your lifestyle is what will pull the trigger. And so when we look at it that way, our genetics matter. It's important to know those things, but only so that you can know how you better support yourself. Know those genetics, know what your weaknesses are. We'll be hearing a lot about that today, probably from Jordan and Fadwa. Knowing what those weaknesses are, knowing what your genetics say about you, but then what do? It's not, oh, boo-hoo, that stinks. It's then I take it into my hands. Now I make the changes necessary so that those genetic expressions don't affect me. I know those are weaknesses, so that's my focal point in my health and my lifestyle. I know what my weaknesses are, and so that's a focal point in my life. And because of that, none of those genes are being expressed right now. I went from non-functional, doctor telling me I'm going to die, to having perfect blood work and having multiple practitioners. Every time I do a test now, they tell me they've never had somebody who has nothing come up. And I do consistently because I made the lifestyle changes I needed to. And when I didn't, You saw what happened. So we're going to dive into some of these things. What influences your microbe? All of these things influence your microbe. Okay, and we're going to go through each one of these individually, because the better you can get your microbe, the happier you will be, the healthier you will be, the longer you will live, the more control you have over your life. So let's go through some of these. Where you were born dramatically affects your gut microbe. In fact, there's a huge difference in disparity between vaginal birth and C-sections. Huge disparity among people, both the mother and the newborns, their gut microbes throughout their whole life, actually. So they found that vaginal births expose newborns to microbiota from the mother through the birth canal that they can't get exposed to any other way. So it's a huge start. It's really common for C-section babies to have colic and to have a lot of digestive problems very early on. And they measure those problems up to years later. They found that infants who are born vaginally develop a more diverse and balanced gut microbe and have stronger immune systems and lower inflammation markers 5 to 10 years after their birth. Right? So this isn't just immediately it affects for a long time. So these are some things that we can be aware of and know. And then we also, what's interesting is C-section babies primarily require skin and hospital bacteria. So that's where they're getting most of their bacteria, which is good. The skin-to-skin contact also, and we'll talk about this later, has a lot of good microbes and helps a lot in that way. But then we also see C-section babies have a much higher risk of developing asthma later in life, obesity, and type 1 diabetes later in life. So that's one choice we can make to try to do. Sometimes it's not a choice and sometimes it's an emergency, but I think we're told it's an emergency far more often than it is. And so for the most part, that's a change we can make, and we can encourage kids and grandkids to do the same thing. There was only one study I could find, because who's going to fund a study on home births? But I found one that seemed promising on home births, and kids who were birthed at home had like significantly higher microflora and way less health problems throughout life. So again, one of the things we can control. Also way cheaper, I'm just saying. And we have some great midwives here in Utah. So it's really, that's a great option too. And I've experienced that with my own kids and noticing, for a number of reasons, we make a lot of lifestyle changes, but my kids never ever get sick, and cousins and family members get sick all the time. So part of it. So breastfeeding is another one. Guess what? This was wild. Breast milk contains over 700 different bacterial species. 700 bacterial species. Isn't that wild? That's what those babies need. They need that milk. That's another decision we can make for the most part. It contains both prebiotics and it contains probiotics for the kids. The breast milk changes throughout the day, having different fat content depending on whether it's morning or night. It changes based on whether there's a sickness going around. Breast milk is amazing. Nothing can overcome it. So what's interesting about this is you learned how many health problems I had. I didn't have a vaginal birth, and I did not when I was born, and I was never breastfed. So it's interesting. I've seen these things play out in real life, but what's interesting is I've still been able to reverse it, right? So it's a testament to these things are very helpful. These are choices we can make, but if we didn't get that luxury, we can still make choices to reverse these things. Breastfed infants have 50% lower risk of respiratory infections. It reduces childhood obesity by 26%, lowers type 1 diabetes by 40% just by breastfeeding for 6 months, just 6 months, right? And the World Health Organization, not that they're our favorite, but they recommend 3 years, which I think is a pretty good standard time that's been used throughout history and is used in most cultures. 3 years is a pretty standard, but even 6 months reduces type 1 diabetes risk by 40%. And then we start to notice the big difference in formula fed, leading to inflammation, disease, digestive disorders, and autoimmune conditions. Again, I can attest to that. And then the early environment in life, skin-to-skin contact really matters for our microflora. Now, if you're going, okay, this doesn't apply to me, this isn't a part of my life, what you can start to realize is that these things may have affected who you are today, right? Some of these things might have affected, oh, that makes sense, I've struggled with some of these things. Recognizing this gives you that knowledge to pull on so that you can make better choices and figure out what you need to do to turn it around, right? We're not a victim to these things. It's just helpful information. So really helpful to have skin-to-skin contact as a child. I didn't get a lot of that growing up. But I believe it's really, really important to help shape the immune system, that skin-to-skin contact. Again, lots of microflora shared there. They say that a 6-second hug every day is really, really important for that microflora. They say hug people for 6 seconds a day, and that shares microflora. It's beautiful. You get access to other people's microflora in a good, beautiful way that you're sharing. And so that skin-to-skin contact on a newborn baby is huge. Getting that mom's microflora all the time, skin to skin, is so big for those babies. Increases, helps increase oxytocin, reduces their stress, reduces their adrenal glands, helps them sleep better. Long-term relationships are shown to be improved for that too, that kids stay closer to parents 20 years later based on skin-to-skin contact as a child. And then pets are actually really important. It's interesting. I think most people would assume the opposite, that pets maybe negatively affect microflora, but that's not what we're seeing here, that pet owning households have greater microbe diversity and lower risk of allergies and asthma later in life. They also found that there's 50% lower risk of eczema and asthma in children with pets. So pets are a great way to introduce microflora, get these things moving. So what you're starting to see is that living things have microbes. And the more living things we can come in contact with, whether it's plants, whether it's dirt, whether it's children, whether it's animals, those living things give us good microbes. Chemicals, plastics, those kind of things kill and take away from the microbes, right? So we're starting to get a picture here. Soil and plants, like I just said, early exposure in childhood to outdoor play and being outside is associated with a 40% lower risk of autoimmune disease later in life. They also found that families that had siblings and had multiple children had much richer microbial environments. So they had much better microbe diversity when there were multiple kids growing up in the same home versus either single, well, they've done one where they're just single children or just parents. Having those kids, I mean, they bring in a whole lot of stuff. You know, if you had kids, you know what I'm talking about. So you're getting introduced to a lot of new fun stuff with kids. Look at this frog I found, right? And then we also have, that's the wrong label up there. I should have switched that. That shouldn't say early environment. This is actually about medications and antibiotics. Antibiotics is one of those big things. So then now I'm not gonna, now you're starting to understand me a little bit more. I had, I don't know, 50 rounds of antibiotics my first year of life. So you start to understand antibiotics reduce microflora by 90% within 2 days. Fastest way to kill your microbes, antibiotics. That leads to serious dysbiosis. Dysbiosis is really when one bad bacteria or even a good bacteria is found in too high amounts. When there's dysbiosis is when things are not equal, when there's not equilibrium. So we have lots of bacteria. In fact, you hear about candida. You've probably heard the word candida thrown around like it's a horrible thing. Nobody should have candida. We all have candida. It's a good thing. The bad thing is when it overgrows and there's too much of it. We need all of these things in small amounts. Right? We want all these microbes to be equal in there. When we have them equal, there's harmony and we have good health. When one of them gets too high or too low, we start to get dysbiosis. And so that's what happens. When we take these things, antibiotics, for instance, when infants are exposed to antibiotics in the first year of life, they have a 25% increased risk of obesity by age 5, higher rates of autism, allergies, and autoimmune diseases. We have higher pathogens, inflammatory risks, those kind of things. PPIs, NSAIDs, all of those kind of things cause serious gut microbe problems and they compromise the gut lining. So that's where we get leaky gut, those kind of things. All of those things lead to more gut problems. Then we talk about what we clean with. All these soaps and cleaners and disinfectants and detergents, they've been shown to reduce beneficial bacteria. Right? When we like wipe that Lysol down on everything, killing off the bacteria, some of it we want, right? We don't want to kill it all off. Infants who lived in homes that were frequently disinfected had lower levels of lactobacillus, which increased risk of obesity by 29% by age 3, right? So just by what you clean with, then we can see some of those differences. We see that triclosan, which is found in antibacterial soaps, most of the soaps you see around, reduces gut microbe diversity, leading to inflammation and metabolic disorders. So switching to a cleaner soap, using Castile soap, those kind of things are very helpful. And then we have antibiotic resistance, we have air fresheners, aerosols, VOCs, all of these things. Glyphosate is a huge one, right? You start to talk about Monsanto and what we're spraying on all of the fields, and then what we're drying. What's the drying agent on a lot of these things? What are we preserving with? And now we get all of these herbicides and pesticides that by the way, are banned in Europe, that peer-reviewed studies are showing lead to not only severe disease, but death in some cases. Right? You look at a graph of celiac disease and glyphosate, it tracks 100%. It is identical. So we start to see some of these things, and we get this gut permeability, we get these infections, immune disorders, autoimmune disorders. All of these things are related. It all comes back to the gut. It all comes back to the gut. So then the final question, right? And since I do have a PhD in nutrition, I should probably tell you about nutrition. You guys are like, great, thanks for telling me to play in the mud, but let's talk about nutrition for a little bit before my time is up. So the big question is, what do we eat? What kind of foods add to our microflora? The studies on this are fascinating. The number one thing that your gut flora feeds on are carbohydrates. So Krispy Kreme is one of them, and no, I'm just kidding. I wish, right? Wouldn't that be great if that was the answer? If it was like Pizza Hut and Krispy Kreme is the answer to all your problems. Not those carbohydrates. In fact, by calorie, those are actually fats, not carbohydrates. But we're talking about sweet potatoes. We're talking about brown rice. We're talking about quinoa. We're talking about cauliflower, asparagus. We're talking about potatoes. We're talking about all of those the beans, the mung beans, all of those things. Your stomach has to live on. It has to. And if it doesn't, it will pull from other places in your body to force survival. They've actually measured the lining in your intestines getting smaller based on diet. So really, really interesting stuff. But those starches are your best friend, contrary to what most people tell you today. The starches are the answer to health. Which makes sense because that's what most people have lived on for since the world began, right? Those are the things that grew. Those are the things that grow in abundance. Those are the things that we have access to. In fact, I would venture to say the 3 healthiest foods in the world are corn, soy, and wheat. And is it any wonder that those are the 3 foods that have been genetically modified to death, that have been sprayed and have been altered more than any foods out there? Right? So in my lifetime, I've never known a world where soy and corn and wheat are healthy because they haven't been. But I would venture to say those are the healthiest foods we could possibly have, and that's why they were the first ones to get changed and help, right? Right? And so that's why there's so many issues today, is because we've got all these things. The fiber, remember how we talked about fiber before? Fiber is essential for short-chain fatty acids like butyrate and other things that improve our gut lining. So the more starches we can feed, healthy starches again, right? We got to delineate because sometimes we think of when we learn about nutrition, we put like Fruit Loops in the same category as having buckwheat, and they're just not the same, right? So I tell people a good rule of thumb is if God made it, feel free. And if we decided to improve God's creation, it's probably not as good. So that's a good way to look at it, right? In fact, one of the things I get asked a lot is about sugar. People are like, I crave sugar all the time. I'm like, yeah, God made you that way. You are supposed to crave sugar. And it was supposed to be filled with his creations and his sugars, with fruit. It was supposed to be filled. We are made, breast milk is sweet. It is so sweet. So why is that the first thing a baby has access to for years? It's sweet because you're supposed to have a sweet tooth. You were made that way. And you were supposed to fill it with these carbohydrates that are beautiful. And then we went ahead and extracted everything and made it sweeter and amped it up and then gave it to us. And so now we've got all this problem. We're on a drug, not one of these natural sugar compounds that feeds our body and feeds good bacteria. And so now we have this isolated sugar that's horrible for us, when in reality it should be these fruits that are filling that sweet tooth. And I tell a lot of people who are struggling with food addiction, when we're dealing with a lot of these things, if you start in the morning and you eat tons of fruit, by the time you get to night, when you binge eat on all of your cake and all of your, the ice cream and all that kind of stuff, you're going to be satiated and you won't want it. And it's true. When you have enough fruit throughout the day, you don't have a sweet tooth craving like you do otherwise. And so we fill it with the good sugars, not the bad ones. But what's really cool is that carbohydrates, as we talked about earlier, kind of rice, potatoes, green bananas have a lot of these things, legumes, all have these resistant starches, this resistant starch. And it ferments in the colon slightly. As long as we're eating a healthy diet, it has slight fermentation that leads to probiotic content and a healthy gut flora, right? Lots of fermentation. There's some foods that ferment a long time in the gut, and those, I don't want a 72-hour ferment, right? I want a slight ferment that allows microbes to live and they utilize it. And then I have a bowel movement easily. We should have 3 bowel movements a day to move out the excess of each of our meals. So as long as we're having those 3 bowel movements, it goes in, it does its thing. My body uses every part of that good, healthy meal it can, and then it excretes the rest. And that is the ideal situation for your colon and for your health. Yeah, we could talk about insulin sensitivity. I didn't have time to talk about this. One of my favorite topics, insulin sensitivity and diabetes. But I will tell you this, switching to a high carbohydrate, complex carbohydrate diet is so good for diabetes. I have had people who've been on diabetes meds for 40 years get off in 1 week, in less than 1 week of all their meds. Just had a lady last year who had been on 5 different diabetes meds for 40 years, sorry. 5 diabetes meds for 40 years. And she was like, I don't believe you. And her husband dragged her in, and she was off all of her diabetes meds within 1 week of eating high carbohydrate. Her blood sugar, like her doctor was just like, we have to take you off, because, you know, she wasn't forced to go off. Well, I guess she kind of was. Her body kicked him out because she didn't need him anymore. Her blood sugar was sustained so quickly. So these are really fast results that we get by doing this. Whole grains, again, remember what I said? We should, like those wheat should be the healthiest thing for us, because it promotes a diverse microbiome. It has both soluble and insoluble fiber, which play both a different role in digestion and what's going on with those microbes. And so while we refine these grains, when we get the white grains, when we get all these things, it actually kills our gut microbe, and it causes a number of things. So number one, it doesn't have fiber, which again, the number one thing we're all deficient in is fiber. But then we have all these other issues too. But then we see a lot of different things. The interesting one to me is the low carb or ketogenic diets that are really popular today. A lot of interesting studies on how fast it kills microbes. The same is true on the other side I just read a peer-reviewed study this week that came out on juice fasting, and extended juice fasting. Short-term juice fasting had positive benefits, long-term had very negative benefits, because we start to starve out. The same thing happens on this other side, right? With keto diets and with these extreme carnivore diets, we start to starve out the good bacteria. And so we have really quickly, within 3 weeks of a ketogenic diet, your risk of mortality goes up by 60% within 3 weeks on the ketogenic diet. But also we have serious intestinal inflammation on a low fiber diet. Right? A lot of issues there. And so sometimes what we're looking at, there's a lot of ways we can reduce symptoms momentarily. There's a lot of ways we can kind of keep a problem in check. But what I'm talking about here is reversing the problem to begin with. I'm not talking about keeping it in check. I'm not talking about keeping levels just right and kind of balancing. I'm talking about reversing disease, getting rid of all of it to begin with. And that's what's so great about God's foods. And so contrary to what most people are talking about today, this is what leads to health. This is what Adam and Eve ate in the garden. This is what Jesus ate. These are the foods that lead to health. They're real, they're natural, and they have things in them that we have never even explored, that we have no idea exist. They have vitamins that we don't even know about. They have, you know what I mean? Like, man is trying to comprehend God's creation. So we've created all these names for God's creations. And we have vitamin A and vitamin E and vitamin D. And we have all these things, but we're just barely starting to understand and scratch the surface. They're all the time. Just this week, I showed Jordan, a scientist just found a new organ in your intestines.
What?
Yeah, there's a fully functional organ just this week they discovered. Right? We don't know anything. But who does? The person who created us. And so the foods that he created to begin with are the ones we should be taking in, right? So just to dispel some rumors really quickly, carbohydrates are our friends. I love carbohydrates. They taste good, but they're good to us. It goes beyond our gut microbes. It goes beyond our gut flora. In fact, they're the easiest macronutrient to digest, depending on the carbohydrate, because they're all different, right? Watermelon digests differently than beans, but generally speaking, most digest within 2 to 3 hours, which is fantastic, because if you need to heal, if you have a disease and you need to heal that disease, Your body needs to spend its resources and time and every chemical reaction and every enzyme on healing, not on digesting. We don't want to be having difficult to digest foods that take 72 hours to break down, because your body spends that 72 hours breaking it down and digesting, not healing, not spending time in the thyroid or whatever, or the cancer or whatever it needs to. The more time we spend digesting, the less time your body has to heal. That is time and resources as well. So really, really important. But then what's interesting is every single cell in your body can live on one thing and one thing alone. It is glucose. It has to have glucose. And if you don't feed it glucose, it'll find a way to get glucose. It'll just break down your tissues and take it from there, right? It'll break down other things in order to get the glucose. But glucose is what every cell lives on, and you have to feed your cells. This is the only way to feed every tissue and cell in your body, is by eating a good, healthy carbohydrate diet. It's the only source of fiber for our bodies by definition. Fiber is plant fibers, right? And so by definition, it's the only way to get fiber in your body. And then we have all kinds of enzymes. We could talk about vitamins, nutrients, but then again, we have to remember we want this to be a whole food. This is one of the most interesting studies to me. This was a study done about 6-7 years ago, I think. I keep saying it's a new study, but now I've realized it's been a while since I discovered the new study. So I'm like, wait, it didn't just come out. By Dr. Dean Ornish was the head of this study. These are telomeres. These are the protective tips at the end of your DNA. And they're fantastic, but they found you can literally measure the telomeres growing or shrinking. So to explain that a little bit further, your telomeres determine your lifespan, essentially, how long you'll live. And so the longer the telomeres you have, the longer you'll live, right? Less disease, that kind of thing. And the shorter the telomeres, the shorter your lifespan will be. So they found that you can literally grow your telomeres and change them. They can measure growth and shrinking. You can grow them on fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds, beans, and legumes. They grow bigger. And they found that eating, all the junk that we know of causes them to shrink and get smaller. And so the more we eat of those things, the more we eat of everything else besides that whole foods, we shrink our telomeres, literally shrink them. So this groundbreaking study offered us really interesting information on how to live longer. There's an intriguing documentary. It's not like, it's pretty good, but it's called Live to Be 100 on Netflix. There's some things that I don't love about it, but on the whole, it's really good. It talks about, he goes to it's the blue zones, if you've heard of blue zones, where people live the longest in the world. And I think it's a fantastic watch. It's not too long. And he goes to each of the 5 blue zones in the world to evaluate how are these people living to be 100 and be healthy and happy consistently. What are they doing? Food is one of them, all high carbohydrate diets, with plants being the primary source of fuel. They're all plant-based in nature, every single one. But then there's community. Every single one of them has close-knit communities. Every single one of them has a spiritual belief and something that they believe and hold on to. A really interesting documentary to show a lot of things. But again, showing that literally, now they have the data to support the blue zones to show why they're living longer, because you can literally grow your telomeres. Really interesting. High carbohydrate diets can lower LDL cholesterol by 15 to 30% within 1 to 2 months. People struggle with this for years and years, and all it takes is 2 months. You just needed more bread. Who knew? I'm just kidding. High carbohydrate eaters have a 23% lower risk of developing type 2 diabetes. There's a 25% lower risk of dying from any cause. And then we see that high fiber plant-based diets add up to 10 years to your life and reduce the risk of stroke by 10 to 12%. Right? So a lot of good data behind this. We didn't need the data to know what God already told us, but it's good to have it. It's confirming, right? There was another thing, as we kind of near here the end, we talk about all these good carbohydrates, but there's another key component when it comes to what we're eating that's going to affect our microbes, and that's probiotic foods. Now, what's really interesting is one study found, well, there's several really interesting studies, but they found that most probiotics on the market that you buy in a bottle cause just as much problems as antibiotics do. They're, for the most part, not very good. Now, that's not the case for every single one, and I think there's a few that stand out, and they've done the things to do that. But for the most part, what they found is another study found that 1 tablespoon of sauerkraut outperformed 1 bottle of high-potency probiotic. So we have these foods that we have available to us, and depending on what source you ask, because everything's different, but one source indicated that sauerkraut itself, just a raw sauerkraut, has 27 different probiotics in it. Right? So you're getting access to a lot of different probiotic strains and a lot of different things that your body needs. And these probiotics are really important. So save the $80 and go get some sauerkraut for $7 from Costco, right? That stuff is so good. Wild Brine is the brand I like the most. It's raw and organic. Wild Brine. Yep, Wild Brine, B-R-I-N-E. It would be preferable for all of us to make our own. That's where we get the best benefits. But I know for the most part, we all live in a busy world and we put that on our to-do list and never do it. So I'd rather you just buy it and have it coming in. If you can make it, that's great. But Wild Brain is a fantastic one that adds a lot of probiotic content. We find that 70% of the immune system lives in what they call the GULT, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue. So 70% of your immune system resides there. What they found is that having probiotic foods regularly reduces the risk of upper respiratory infections by 27%, reduces the risk of IBS and IBD significantly. One study found it was somewhere in the 70s, that it's reducing risk of IBS and IBD just by taking a little bit of sauerkraut, a little bit of kimchi, kombucha, yogurt, all of these things that are fermented. A little bit of that fermentation is so good and introduces, that's food essentially for those microbes that live in your stomach. So it's also been linked to reduction of anxiety and depression. Again, we already established that gut-brain axis earlier, but it's really helpful for anxiety, depression, ADHD too. We'll have kids that come in with severe ADHD and we're like, try some sauerkraut. And it helps. It's crazy how much it helps. We see a lot of mood benefits as well, but fermented foods, for the most part, outperform almost all commercial supplements. So there's real foods we can get. We can be making these and eating these. Very simple way. Lacto ferment some onions and put it on top of your bowl. You know, but ferment your salsa for a couple days and eat that on top. There's a lot of ways we can add some of these microbes in a very easy way that contributes to our long-term health. So when people ask, usually the question, and I'll do a little Q&A for a little bit. I think we have a little bit of time for me to do a Q&A. But the number one question I get asked, so this is my last thing I'm going to talk about before I open it up. But the number one thing people ask is, what does this look like? What do you eat for breakfast? So for the most part, the easy thing to remember is fruit for breakfast, salad for lunch, and starch for dinner. So that doesn't mean you're only eating fruit or you're only eating a salad for lunch. But this is a good general game plan to have in your mind to lead to health. So fruit for breakfast might look like a fruit smoothie, or it might look like a cut up bowl of fruit, but it also might look like oatmeal with a bunch of fruit on top. It also might look like whole wheat pancakes with a bunch of blueberries. It also might look like a buckwheat bowl with some banana and some raspberries in there, right? There's a lot of ways we can get that, but if you cognitively think about, I'm getting my fruit in for breakfast, and then for lunch we do a salad. Now we think of a green salad, which is great. There's a lot of great ways to do a green salad, but also we can have pasta salads, we can have potato salads, we can have all different kinds of salads. You can have a green salad, you could have a quinoa salad, you can have lots of different things, but we think that salad, that gets us, usually our raw vegetables will come in that form when we can kind of think about that. It's really quick, not very time consuming, and is really helpful. So you start to see how we're getting in all these different foods and it's constantly changing. That diversity in our food is going to feed the gut flora. If we eat the same thing every day, your gut flora will adapt. Actually, within 4 days, your gut flora adapts to the same foods. We want to be introducing new foods constantly. That's how we feed the gut flora. It doesn't need to be like all crazy new, but you notice how if we eat in season, we're eating different foods. So we order our oranges from California and we'll get the last batch of our oranges. They started in January and we get them every month. And our last batch will come at the beginning of next month. And then guess what? I don't get oranges again until next January. But then I'm going to start to move in. I got a couple month lull, but then I get cherry season and I'm going to get nectarine season and peach season here in Utah, right? And I'm going to get all the watermelons and all the fresh stuff. And at the end of the season, those aren't going to be there anymore. And I'm going to have a lot of my greens and my potatoes are going to be in season. And I'm still going to have my apples. But I'm constantly changing, right? And if I'm eating those seasonal foods, not only do I save a lot of money because they're seasonal and on sale, but I'm introducing my body to new flora that it's not going to get any other way. And the last thing we're gonna eat is for dinner, a starch or a grain. So that could be rice and potatoes, that could be beans and rice, that could be quinoa. You know, we get so many different options. But this is just a quick way to think about the things we've talked about, not an exhaustive list. I do different things based on different health conditions of people. I tailor things, but for the most part, this is a good way to just look at your day, take out the guesswork, and you have a general idea of how you're going to get in lots of different starches, carbohydrates to feed your gut flora. So with that, I would like to open it up for questions.
I'll bring you a microphone so that people online can hear your question.
Will you talk just a little bit about meats?
Yeah,
What meat? How much?
my controversial part. Okay, so if you've read Jordan and I's book, Jordan and I come at it from a different angle. I was keto and kind of carnivore before I felt very strongly that the data suggested that the less meat I ate, the healthier I would be. I was very obstinate to that idea. I did not want to do it. We decided to do a 2-week trial of a plant-based diet, not consuming any meat. And I cried on day 1 and we canceled because I literally didn't have a single meal to make. I was like, I can't do this. We canceled. I was like, let me get some data together. We'll pull it together. Within that first week, I felt so much better than I ever did eating a local grass-fed organic diet of meats. That really started my journey into studying. The data suggest when we're looking to reverse disease, we've got to go a little bit harder. So when I have, for instance, my like heart disease, those kind of things, we go hard. And I'm like, you have got to be consuming only plants. Some people have a little more leeway. If they, you know, I get people in my office all the time who are like, I'm healthy. I haven't had a whole lot of problems. Life is pretty good. And they can handle some that I can't. It depends on a number of different things. But when we're reversing disease, I always put people on a plant-based diet. Yeah.
So what do you suggest?
Excuse me, sorry.
What do you suggest in around this area where to buy healthy foods because everything's being modified?
Yes, I wish I could say organic was the best, but it's not. It's better than conventional, but I do most of my, Jordan, we need to get together the list. I made a list and I don't know where it is of all my vendors. I have spent years compiling my vendor list. So I buy my oranges from an organic orange farm from a small farmer who delivers it to his daughter's house here. And that's where we buy our oranges. It's from Arnott Farms is what they're called. Yep. Yep. It has taken me years to compile my local vendors. And in the summer, every single Saturday, we go to the farmer's market and I do my grocery shopping. What's really awesome is with local vendors, all you have to do is, I don't ever ask if it's organic. I ask, what do you spray with? Because my favorite vendors are small little vendors that don't have any certification. They're not organic, but guess what? They use Cayenne and Dr. Bronner's on all of their stuff. So if I said, are you organic? They would have said no. But when I asked what they sprayed with, I saw that it was Cayenne and Dr. Bronner's. Yay, they're my favorite people. And so we buy all of our greens from them and, you know, all their broccoli and stuff. So once the summer comes and we can do those farmers markets, that's where I get almost everything. In the meantime, I always buy organic, but it's good, better, best. You got to fill in some gaps somewhere. We don't live in a perfect world and it is what it is, but we do our best.
Kind of sounds like we need a Gunderson certified label.
Yes, certified. I love it.
I just wanted to say an answer to that question. Azure Standard is a really
Oh,
good place to get
yeah,
whole
thank you.
grains. They ship them from the farmer to your area, Azure Standard. And that's so much better than what you can get in the
Yeah,
grocery store.
that's okay. So that's true. That's actually where we get most of our stuff is from Azure Standard. They do a drop off. It's a private company. They do a drop off, and you go pick it up from the back of the truck. And you can order. They have fresh food. They have all kinds of things. That's most of your grocery shopping can be done with Azure. And locally, we actually get most of our grains locally from Coruscant Mills. He runs it out of his garage too, and it's all. My favorite people run it out of their garage. Coruscant is Khorassan. Yeah. Coruscant is it's the non-commercial name for kamut. Oh. Yeah. So Coruscant Mills. And he has fantastic, I do most of my grains through him. And then Azure Standard is, thank you, I had totally forgotten that. They have amazing stuff too. Next question.
What would you say to somebody that has food allergies, preventing them from eating some of the really good stuff? Like for me, fruits, citric acid, melons are also allergy, and onions.
Yes. That just means, sorry, you weren't here the whole time. That means that you, sir, have a gut flora problem. Your gut microbes are not working properly. We have improper amounts. So usually what we have to do, we usually have to dig in to be able to, this is very common. It's not uncommon to have that. It is very, very common today. Whereas, 100 years ago, people couldn't have comprehended all these kind of allergies, but it's common because we've been exposed to so much glyphosate and herbicides and pesticides in the water and the air and, between it all, our body's undergoing a lot of toxic stress. And so it reacts by, there's different philosophies. One of the philosophies is that when you eat a cleansing food that cleanses some of those toxins, your body reacts. It's not a true allergic reaction. A top allergen doctor in the United States posits that perhaps 99% of all allergies in the United States are not allergies at all. There's very few true allergies. Most of it is our body's reaction to the toxic load we already have and the food we're eating that's responding. Like, very few people are like, I'm allergic to Oreos. I'm allergic to, but how many of us are allergic to wheat and to fruit and to this? It's the healthy foods we're allergic to. So we typically in that situation, what we have to do is do kind of a little more extreme approach. That's where we use, our family chooses to use all natural things. So we don't use medications. We do herbs for that. So we do kind of an herbal protocol. We cleanse the body, clean out the bad, and then you introduce the new slowly. And that's the way that we do that to be able to tolerate those foods that aren't tolerated. It's not that those foods are bad. It's not that you're broken. It's that you have so much toxic stress in your body, it can't process them the way it should.
Question on the fruit in the morning.
Yeah.
If you're borderline diabetic type 2, wouldn't that spike your sugar, having that much fruit or sugar
Yes.
items in the morning?
Yes, but it should spike. So let me give my quick breakdown of blood sugar. You guys are like, you're crazy, woman. So let me give my quick, I thought about putting my whole spiel about in here about diabetes, but I was like, I don't have time. I should have done it. But generally speaking, what we want to see is I want to see your blood sugar like this. This is an unhealthy blood sugar. I want to see it like this. But most people with blood sugar problems have it like this, right? So we have it's too high of a spike and too low of a low. I want all of us should have a blood sugar like this. So for instance, we eat breakfast in the morning after fasting all night. You haven't eaten anything all night, so your blood sugar is low. We eat breakfast, it should go up. But naturally, what should happen right after that? It should go down because we eat a good breakfast that your body can process. We just talked about 2 to 3 hours typically to digest. That's great. You eat your breakfast and it goes down. Now you're hungry for lunch. So we eat lunch and it goes back up. And that digests quickly and it goes down and we have dinner. Now, why do I put heavier starches for dinner? Those beans and rice, that kind of thing, because I want your blood sugar, I don't want it to drop in 2 to 3 hours. I need it to last all night. So it keeps it higher for a little bit longer, and then through the night it slowly comes down, and the next morning it's low, and then we restart the process. Now what we typically have is people have it's typically not fruit. It's actually usually a fat that does this in combination with fruit. So people will have a breakfast and it skyrockets up here. We have our donuts and it skyrockets and it stays. Or it skyrockets and then it plummets. That's what we don't want. When we eat real foods and real carbohydrates, it spikes, but watch it come right back down. It's amazing. We worked with type 1 diabetics that have a monitor for constantly monitoring, and they're shocked to find they're like, oh no, I had my green smoothie and my blood sugar spiking. Oh my gosh, wait, why is it coming down? Like they're not used to it. So when I'm dealing with pre-diabetic type 2 diabetes, it's the carbohydrates. And it sounds scary, it sounds shocking because the doctor, the first thing they tell you to do is avoid your sugars, be careful, don't have too many fruit. And so when they dive in and try they're always shocked. 100% of the time, they're like, it worked. It was wild. As long as we make sure the carbohydrates are the primary source of food we're getting. So I tell people the pretty average breakdown for reversing disease when we're working with people, this is of carbohydrates, 80% of your carbohydrates should come from, 80% of your calories should come from carbohydrates. So most of your calories should come from carbohydrates. And then we have the fat and the proteins in there too. Those are very important. Very, very important. But again, when we keep that high carbohydrate, that's where we get into that reversing disease. Yeah.
I think that they were, I think where diabetes gets confused at is that a lot of the medical professionals, when we get out there and talk with diabetes, we're talking about glycolysis. and where carbohydrates are converted to sugars and so on and so forth. And you've got to find a really good person
Yeah,
to
exactly.
talk about how that's not so
Yeah.
if we eat the right complex carbohydrate.
And sometimes it takes having someone by your side. When you have somebody who's had diabetes for years, I typically am not like, go figure it out. You need help. You need someone who really understands and can identify. At the beginning, there's some foods we probably shouldn't eat at the beginning of diabetes, right? Whereas you'll be able to handle them later. The high sugar foods, they're like, what about the maple syrups? And what about the honeys? And those things are still going to be a little too much at the beginning. So a lot of times it does take working with somebody to get to that. And it's just, quite frankly, there's not enough funding to get this information to them. The studies have been done. There's a fantastic website called Mastering Diabetes. It's 2 PhD microchemists. Is that what they are? But they have tons and tons of peer-reviewed studies on diabetes. It's just, we just don't have access to it. And nobody's going to fund to take these good, healthy, this information to the hospitals and teach it there. So we just don't have access to this nutritional knowledge, generally speaking, yet. Yeah. Other questions?
Do you have to have a certain amount of protein per day?
A certain amount of protein. It does depend on how old you are, different protein needs based on whether you're young or where you're old. What's interesting is that breast milk for little babies who have to double and triple in size, right? We're going from this big to this, like, breast milk has 1% protein. 1% of its makeup, of its caloric makeup is from protein. So protein is really overutilized in today's world. That doesn't mean we don't need it. It's very important to many functions, but I think we overconsume significantly. We start to get kidney problems, right? It's the reason that bodybuilders, all like 100% of bodybuilders, have to retire in their 30s. Their kidneys, osteoporosis, they're so messed up from super, super high protein intake, right? So protein is one of those things we way overconsume. So generally speaking, but it does depend, again, just generally speaking to a wide audience, we need about 10% of our daily caloric intake to come from protein.
Yeah, because they're pushing it higher and higher.
Right.
It seems like. And
Yeah.
it's like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have a whole presentation on the protein conspiracy and Kwashiorkor's disease and all that kind of stuff, but this is what we got time for today.
Protein conspiracy.
The
We
protein
have to do a
conspiracy.
night just for that.
I
sounds
love
like.
it. I love it. It's a $1 billion. I mean, protein powders are everywhere, right? Yeah, they make a lot of money, and they're expensive. Those aren't cheap containers. If you've ever bought one, they're not cheap. Yeah.
What's a good source of protein?
My favorite sources of protein are hemp, flax, and chia. Hemp, flax, and chia seed. Fantastic sources of protein, high in omega-3s that balance with your omega-6s. You need a 1-to-1 ratio of omega-3s to omega-6s. That kind of helps to facilitate that. It's anti-inflammatory and fantastic. Those are my favorite proteins. Hemp, flax, and chia seed. Yeah.
With the flax, you need the whole seeds and you grind it as you
Yeah, flax is one of those things that can go rancid very easily. In some studies, they've actually found that flax outperformed fish oil for anti-inflammatory effects. But it has to be ground fresh because it goes rancid very quickly. So to have the seeds and then put them in the smoothie or whatever is great. Okay, I think we are done here.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Cassidy.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna turn the time over to Jordan, and I'll make one comment that it's interesting what came up about Azure Standard. They were actually in the news a few years ago. I don't know if you guys recognize that. I think they're from like Washington or somewhere northwest, right? Oregon, okay, somewhere around there. And I remember they hit the news because they were being forced by local environmental regulators to basically not be organic, right? They're trying to change their farm and all these false claims of environmental impact. And it shows how important the civic freedom, our civic liberties, are connected with all the other kinds of liberties I mentioned at the beginning of the day when I said there's all these different angles, right? Our personal health, our religious freedom, all of these connect one way or another. So when you think, well, I'll just buy my own business and I'll make sure I know where to buy my food, you better understand how to locally nullify and protect your farmers. And you don't have to change federal politics to know how to locally stand up for the rights of your community farms and things like that. In fact, one of the first things like a small group of activists could do in their communities, make sure their local farmers are protected in their rights to just be free from silly things like that. Okay, Jordan, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to talk about getting to the cause of your health problems with herbs and iridology. That's what I do. I've got the same disclaimer here that my wife gave. This is not medical information. This is for information and entertainment purposes based on my own experience and my personal beliefs. So a little bit about me. I'm what you call a holistic iridologist and a master herbalist. I went to the International Institute of Iridology, and I went to the School of Natural Healing to learn about herbs. My wife and I have both written 2 best-selling books, and I'm famous for HMCTN, which I'll talk a little bit about here later. That's what most people know me for. But one of my favorite things is iridology. And when I bring that up to people, they go, that's kind of hokey. I've heard a little bit about it. That sounds like quackery. And I get it. That's where I was early on too. And then as I learned a little bit more about it, I was like, oh, this kind of seems like some kind of spiritualism, occultic thing. And I didn't really know much about it. And then as I learned, it goes pretty deep in the realm of conspiracy, of getting it out of the medical system. And part of that is because of this man. Does anybody know who this is? This is Abraham Flexner. I didn't expect anybody to know who it was because most of us don't know who this person was. My wife mentioned the Flexner Report, and she said we'd go into it another time, and we're going to do that right now, just a little bit. But Abraham Flexner was a guy who basically changed our choices for medical interventions or any kind of medicine that we use today. And I don't think he is to blame. It was the people who were funding him who are to blame. But he released something called the Flexner Report in 1910. He was commissioned by the Carnegie Foundation in 1908 in secret to publish a report on the state of medical schools here in America. This report described the poor conditions of some of what they called irregular schools. These were the eclectic medicine schools, the physiomedical schools, the herbal schools, the homeopathy schools, iridology schools, chiropractic schools, and so much more. And what they said in this report was that, oh, there's these horrible conditions, it's so unsanitary, it's all this stuff. But they didn't say that about the regular schools, is what they called them back then. And so all of those regular schools were the schools that were funded by the Carnegie Foundation and the American Medical Association. And so effectively, when this report came out, it basically killed these irregular schools. They didn't just go and outlaw these schools outright. They had to really cut public opinion for them and turn the public against them. And that's effectively what it did. So within 4 years after this report was published, 29 schools went out of business because people didn't want to go there. Public opinion turned against them. And by 1927, the total number of schools dropped to about 80. This was from hundreds of schools, and it just right all the way down. And then eventually, state medical boards shut down all remaining schools except for the 80 regular schools approved by the American Medical Association. And so that's how we got our medical system today. It's gone a long way from that, but now we have our government pushing money and all these other NGOs pushing money to fund research for viruses and pathogens for who knows why. But back in soon after, it was about 1924 that this man came on the scene. It wasn't just 1924, it was actually 1914. His name was Dr. Henry Lindlar. He was a chiropractor. He was a naturopath. He was a pioneer of naturopathic medicine in the United States. He started what's called the Lindlar Sanitarium in 1914, which was after the Flexner Report was released. And he was actually heavily criticized just because of the timing and for what he was doing. He was criticized as peddling quackery by the experts, and that's because he used a lot of things such as iridology, chiropractic, homeopathy, osteopathy, and these what they termed strange diets. And this is what he had to say about iridology. He said the regular school, talking about that American Medical Association sponsored school, the regular school of medicine as a body has ignored and will ignore this science because it discloses the fallacy of their favorite theories and practices, and because it reveals unmistakable the dire consequences of, or the dire results of chronic drug poisoning and ill-advised operations. So he was really a big pioneer in health freedom, trying to get all different kinds of modalities involved in health. He wrote a book called Nature Cure, which is considered to be one of the cornerstone texts of American naturopathy. And he discussed things like disease suppression versus disease elimination. He talked about things like hydrotherapy and the importance of fresh air and sunbathing. And I think a lot of us today go, yeah, a lot of that sounds great. But back then, he was considered a quack. And so the years following his death, you know, a lot of these things started to go further out of the public mind. There just wasn't enough firepower behind a lot of these things to keep it going very well. And I think now we're kind of turning back to some of those old ideas, but iridology was one of those ones that just kind of fell by the wayside. There were a few people who kind of kept it going, but most people know iridology as quackery. That's how I knew it. And since this time, we've been told that, you know, there's not much we can do. These are the only things that are available. But I think most of us have had some kind of experience where we go, what I've been doing in the traditional medical route is not enough. It's not working for me. I can't get better. Keep doing this. But there's no really available options. So what do we do about it? Well, we have to figure it out ourselves. That's kind of how it works here in the United States, unfortunately. So I think most of us that take on this challenge in taking care of our health, we need to know two basic things. Number one, what is the cause of the problem? I'm a firm believer that we should try to get to the core of the problems rather than just focusing on symptoms. Obviously, there are times where we need to get through and we just need to deal with the symptoms while we take the longer approach to get to the cause. But ultimately, if we can get to the cause, that will take away the symptoms. Remove the cause and there is no disease, right? And then the next thing we need to know is what to do about it. That seems to be one of the biggest blocks of, okay, I know what's wrong, but now what do I do? So that's going to be the focus of what I talk about today. So one of the best ways to find the cause, in my opinion and my experience, is with iridology. Now, the eyes are like a genetic and experiential map of the body. And what do I mean by that? We can see a lot about how your body is structured from in the womb and through birth, and how that's going to serve you throughout the rest of your life, what things you may be prone to. It also tells us a lot about what kind of diet you've eaten, what kind of things have gone on in your metabolic system. And we can figure out, okay, what is causing these problems that you're having? And almost every time I can find this person will come to me and say, I've got this problem or I've got that problem. And they start to tell me some things that they've been diagnosed with or things that they're dealing with. And I go, okay, I think I know what I'm going to find in your eyes. And almost every time, it's exactly what I find in their eyes. And I'm going to show you a lot of examples of this. Now, there are some inaccurate claims about iridology, and that's kind of why it gets this reputation as being quacky. There was a pioneer of iridology in America. His name was Bernard Jensen. Very great man. He was a chiropractor, naturopath. He did so many good things. But when it came to iridology, there were a few things that he kind of got wrong, but have persisted to this day, and they're just inaccurate, unfortunately. Now, over in Germany, from about World War II up into the later stages of the Cold War, there were some German naturopaths who did a lot of study, a lot of recording, and a lot of what they believed and that they observed is what is actually true about iridology. And so, just to go over a few inaccurate claims about iridology that you may have heard, we cannot find specific diseases. We cannot find surgically removed tissue structures. We can't find parasite infections or candida overgrowth. Your eyes will not show what they call healing signs, where you've got an issue in your eye and then you come back 6 months later after doing a cleansing program or a healing program and you can see evidence of healing. That just doesn't happen. We can't see blood glucose levels. We can't see things like cancer or tumors. We can't see specific diseases of the eye or a gender of the person. Another one that's really fun that I have to dispel quite often is that if you have brown eyes, that means you have toxins in your body. A lot of people will say, oh yeah, I went to an iridologist a long time ago and they told me that I have all these toxins and poisons in my body and I need to cleanse and cleanse and cleanse and then my eyes will go back to being blue. And I say, sorry, that's not true. That's one of the big ones with iridology, is that people would go on these cleansing programs because they had brown eyes and they were told that if they cleansed, they would go blue. And they did that for months and years and nothing happened. However, it is true that everybody in the world has blue eyes. That fact is true. Most people in the world have some level of melanin pigment that covers up the iris fibers that makes them appear brown. And about 99% of the people that I've met with who have brown eyes, we've been able to zoom in areas and find some blue underneath. 99%. I think there was one person that I met with where it was, we can't find any. But that doesn't mean it wasn't there. They just had really, really dark brown eyes. The other thing that kind of goes along with this is that your eyes will change after cleansing or healing or whatever. That doesn't always happen. It can happen, but that's not always the case. Your eyes are more like a record of things that have happened to you and things that you were born with. And so knowing that, the way that you would read this is that you may be predisposed to certain things. And I'll show you what I mean here. Now, what's really interesting about the map of the eyes is that it's changed relatively little, even with our increase of knowledge. We have evidence of Egyptian hieroglyphics with drawings of the organs in the various areas. So down at the bottom where you see the kidney, that's where the kidney was in these Egyptian hieroglyphics. You see the heart over on the lateral side of either iris. That's where the heart was for the Egyptians. We have record of iridology being used by the Egyptians, the Chinese, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans. Virtually every other civilization on the planet throughout history has had some form of iridology, just not here in the United States post-1910, right? The eyes really are the window to the soul. So we can tell a lot about physical health, but we can also tell a lot about mental and emotional health as well, just from the eyes. One of the really interesting things about iridology and its use is that Alexander the Great would actually use iridology to select his soldiers. His chief medical officer would look at the iris fibers, and you can tell by the density how strong a person is going to be, mentally, emotionally, physically. The more dense that the fibers are, the stronger the person is going to be. This is actually a picture of my daughter's eye. She's the reason why I went and got into iridology, because she had some issues that we couldn't quite figure out. From the time that she was born, we were going, what's the problem? She gets sick, and she stays sick longer than any of the rest of us. My wife, myself, my son, and she would get these rattly coughs. We were just like, what? What's going on? Why is this happening? We weren't really sure. And so once I looked into her eyes and I learned all this stuff about iridology, I was able to identify her issues. So over there on the left, you can see that she has a genetic lung weakness. You see that separation in the fibers? That's what we call a lacuna. It does not mean lacuna matata, though, unfortunately. That's not good news. It's not necessarily bad news. What that indicates is some genetic tissue weakness. She also has a couple of other signs. The one at the top is not lung. That is in the medulla. I forgot to change the label on that. Part of the brain. And then this one at the bottom is in her adrenal. And when we see those three in combination, that will predispose one to things like asthma. And so she was having these asthmatic symptoms, but we couldn't really tell because my wife's a PhD nutritionist and we were eating really well. And so we had to do things a little bit differently for her. So once we got her on the right kind of herbs, she stopped having those same kind of issues. We actually went through a period of cleansing for her where we were able to get things out that she was dealing with. And so once I was able to see this in my own daughter's eyes and then see how it worked for her, I just couldn't get enough of it. And so I really just dove all in to find out all that I could. So I'm just going to go over some basics here with iridology. I talked about the density of the iris fibers. That's what we would call a strong constitution. And here's some more examples of that. Do you see how dense those iris fibers are? They're all really close together. There's minimal areas of separation. Here's another one. Now, we will see some different colors. Those are what we would call metabolic pigments. We'll talk about those a little bit more. I just wanted to show you the strong constitutions. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit of a weaker constitution. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing if you have a weaker constitution. It means you have an early warning system. Your body's going to tell you when it has issues before somebody who has the strong constitution. They typically have things that build up over time. The people with the weaker constitutions, they know when there's a problem immediately. Do you see how loose these iris fibers are? There's a lot more separation in various areas. Here's another example. And this is a brown iris. This is what some people might call hazel, or it might even look brown. But do you see some of those areas where you can see the iris fibers pretty well? And in some of those areas, like the bottom, maybe on the right side, you can see some blue in there. If we were to zoom in, we could probably see it a lot better. You can see it more so on this iris. A lot of loose iris fibers in there. So again, the main features are pigments and lacunas. I'm only going to go over those types of signs because those are most typically what we see, but there's so many other types of signs that we don't have time to get into. So a lacuna is structural. It's genetic, and the size and depth indicate the severity. So smaller and deeper is going to present more of a problem, more of a genetic problem. It indicates a tendency towards suboptimal tissue function. So that means you may be predisposed to having tissue issues in whatever area that lacuna falls in. And this is going to be triggered by stress, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. So any type of stress can bring that on. And again, like I said, not lacuna matata, unfortunately. Now, pigments, we're talking about the non-melanin colors in the iris. These can be genetic, but they can also be accumulated. These are related to metabolic health, like your kidneys, your liver, your pancreas, or your lymphatic system. These indicate tendency towards suboptimal corresponding metabolic functions. So whatever color they are, and I'll point them out here in just a second. And these are also going to be triggered by stress, how it manifests for you. So if you've got some kind of pigmentation in your eyes, that doesn't mean that you're going to struggle with that specific thing necessarily. But if there's a lot of stress in your life, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional, that's going to present a problem for you. Now here's a great example that has a lot of different signs that we're talking about here. So you can see, let's see if this will show on here, maybe not. Oh, here we go. You see this lacuna right here? There's that one, but then there's one inside of it as well. The larger one is not going to present as much of a problem, but the one that's deeper is going to be more degenerative type of tissue in that area. There's also some pigmentation right over here. You see that orange? That's what we would call a pancreatic pigmentation. So this is going to predispose this person to poor blood sugar regulation. It's going to perhaps also include poor digestive enzyme secretion from the pancreas. We also see some yellow up here. That yellow is renal related. So it's going to indicate some issues with kidney function. And some of this kind of white out here, these little clouds of straw yellow or white, that's going to be lymphatic related. So poor lymphatic drainage, poor lymphatic flow, those types of things. Looks like my slide got messed up a little bit here, but the adrenal weakness is right down there at the bottom. You see that it's a little bit smaller and deeper. So this person would struggle with adrenal weakness. When they get stressed, they may have a hard time getting out of fight or flight. They may have a hard time getting into the rest and digest function of the nervous system and their adrenals. This yellow all around the collarette, that's what we call this little squiggly circle right here. That is called the collarette, and everyone has one, and it is almost 100% distinctive to you. I remember when the first iPhones came out, and they had the one that had your fingerprint. There was security concerns because your fingerprints can be faked. You know, it's like 1 in 1,000 or something like that, that somebody has your same fingerprint. But there's virtually no one on the planet that has the same collarette as you. And so they'll use that for biometric identification. Not that I agree with that, but it's cool. And so everything inside of that collarette is the digestive tract. Where did my cursor here go? So we see this pigmentation right here, this yellow, and there's some of that that falls into this digestive tract area. Now, whenever we see any kind of pigmentation in that digestive tract area, that indicates a pretty serious problem, actually. That means that there are potentially toxic materials inside that GI tract, which could also indicate potential gut dysbiosis issues. This is something that I see actually quite frequently, is seeing these kind of pigments inside the digestive tract area. Another one that I see that is very, very common are liver pigments or liver issues. It's one of the biggest things that I see in clients that come to see me. There's a couple of different signs here. We've got these brown spots. There's a liver pigment in the adrenal area that I have pointed out right there, but there's also another liver pigment in the liver area. Now that one is actually very, very serious. Whenever we find a pigment in the reflex area, that indicates a pretty big deal. And so that liver pigment on that side in that area is a big deal. But they've also got several different liver signs. That one over there on the right is called a pinguicula. That's the funnest word to say in iridology, but that's also an indication of some potential liver and gallbladder congestion. Over here on this one, we've got some kidney pigmentation around that collarette, but we've also got a small digestive enzyme pigmentation. It's pancreatic related. This was for a client of ours who came for help with, I believe it was IBD. She'd been diagnosed with IBD, and so she was on my wife's program, which she put together, which usually works really great. But for this person, it wasn't working. And we couldn't figure out why. She kept having issues. And so we said, well, let's do. One thing that I didn't mention with that collarette is that the shape and the structure is very important as far as gut health is concerned. We want that collarette to be about 1/3 of the way out from the pupil, and we want it to be circular and round. Unfortunately, it's genetic, so it's not going to change. And so for this person, we can see that in some areas it's a little bit closer to the pupil than we want. So it's going to predispose this person to having digestive and elimination problems. It's going to be very tight in portions of the GI tract. So right here, this is the left eye, so this is going to be the small intestine right over here. This is going to be the transverse colon right here. They've also got some pigmentation. It's kind of orange. So that's going to predispose this person to having some toxic accumulation in the digestive tract, some gut dysbiosis, and poor elimination. Now this one is very interesting. This was a friend of ours who came in. He just wanted to get healthy. He was trying to lose some weight and get in good shape. And he was interested in what I do. And so he came in and wanted me to give him an analysis of his eyes. And I looked at it and I saw, okay, yeah, there's some genetic things going on here. But then I noticed something, and it just kept eating at me when I was doing my analysis. And so I pointed it out to him. It's this little haze up at the top of the iris, right up here. The very top of the iris. You might not be able to see it very well, but there's kind of this haze right up there. What that is actually a buildup of lipids along the cornea. It's what we call a corneal arcus. And whenever we see that, that indicates that there may be a buildup of lipids inside the bloodstream, or cholesterol or inorganic salt buildup. And so I said to him, he went to his doctor pretty regularly, so I said, has your doctor ever said anything to you about your heart health, your circulatory health, any issues there? And he said, oh yeah, he said it's great, like there's no issues. And I said, if I were you, I would want a second opinion. I'm just feeling in my gut that there's something else going on here. And he said, well, I've actually got a meeting with my cardiologist in a month, so we'll find out. And so he went to his cardiologist, and it turns out that there was an 80% blockage in one of his main arteries. And he had no idea. That's just his regular doctor, had no idea. Now, I'm not saying that I could see an 80% blockage with that, but it's enough to say there's something else going on here. Because by the time these lipids deposit on your cornea, that's when it's in a really bad shape. And you want to go do something about that. Now, this one was a really interesting one. The irises typically change slowly over time. They don't change really quickly, except in rare instances. And this was one of those instances. This person had a traumatic bowel incident. Can you see where that was? You can see it right there, that patch of brown. This person had his bowel rupture, and it burst and just spilled bile and waste just all into his body. And this was right in the area where it happened, right here, in his sigmoid colon. And so that was right where it happened. This was the father of a friend of mine. She was actually in my iridology school, and she told me about this, and I didn't believe her. And then I got to take a picture of her father's eyes, and I went, oh my gosh, you were right. And I didn't believe it. He also has that corneal arcus as well. You can see it around the edges there. This one was an interesting one as well. My wife mentioned about protein, how we get so much protein these days. It's almost a protein conspiracy. Protein is pushed so heavily. But one of the interesting things about protein is that it's very necessary, but we need it in small amounts. The reason why is because by nature, protein is very acid forming. And why does that matter? Well, God made it so that our blood is one of the most important things in our body, and our body will take extreme measures to take care of that blood. One of the things about our blood is that it has to stay between 7.35 and 7.45 pH, within that range, which is slightly alkaline. Whenever we get too much protein, that puts a big strain on the pH balance of our blood. And so our kidneys are tasked with getting rid of that excess acid in our body. And so this client came in to us. She was looking to get healthy. She didn't really have a ton of problems. She had this weird pain in her chest right about here, and that was kind of all she told us. And we started going along, and we went through her list of things that she was dealing with. It actually turns out she had a lot more, but most people don't think they have anything wrong with them until we start to talk about it. Then we go, well, I have this and this and this and this. And so that's kind of what happened with her. And when we took pictures of her eyes, just to kind of figure out where to start, I noticed that there's this yellow pigment around the collarette, which indicates, hey, there's something going on with the kidneys. But then she said she had this pain that, the doctors just gave her a steroid. Just use this and that might help the pain go away. She didn't want to do that. And so as I was looking at her eyes, I found this little area on her collarette right here. It's almost like the collarette is interrupted or that it breaks. And as I was looking at that, I went, what area is that? And I looked at my chart, and it's right in the clavicle area on her right side. So that actually indicates some genetic weakness, poor blood supply, poor nerve supply to that area, which would be her right clavicle, because this is her right eye. But it also is not helped by the fact that her body is very acidic. Those kidneys are struggling. And so her body was pulling calcium from her bones. That's one of the things your body will do when it's too acidic, to try and alkalize the blood. That's how we get osteoporosis. And so her body was pulling calcium from places, and that place was most affected. And so what she did is she started loading up on organic, easy to assimilate calcium from plant foods like horsetail, alfalfa, nettle. And then she started helping that area with herbs, and that pain went away, her issues stopped. This is another one of my favorite examples. I'm going to try and go quickly because we don't have much time. This was a guy who came to me. He just wanted to know how to get healthy. Had a lot of things going on, but he has a really strong constitution, so he didn't really notice anything. He was like, yeah, I don't really think I have that much, but I can see a lot of stuff that has built up over time with these pigments. He's got some liver pigmentation, he's got some pancreatic pigmentation, some stuff going on in the bowels. But this man actually had another traumatic incident. He had a nail gun right into his other eye. This was his right eye. He had a nail gun shot right into his left eye. He had to have reconstructive surgery, and so this is what his eye looks like. But this is so cool because it basically severed the connection with his iris to the rest of his body. And this had happened 20 years previous. So this is his health in his iris 20 years ago. 20 years later. Can you see the difference? Look how much clearer that is. There's not as much pigmentation, because usually the eyes will kind of match each other. It's not going to be exact, but you'll get the same kind of pigmentation in both irises, generally speaking. So if this one looks like this, the other one should look like that as well. So we have a snapshot of his health and his eye 20 years ago. To me, that's incredible. It just shows how much the eyes can change over time. Now, this is another one, very interesting. This was a woman who came to us. She had so many problems for 20 years. She'd been to so many doctors. She'd spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to figure out what was wrong with her, because she couldn't eat broccoli or cauliflower. She would break out into these huge rashes, these hives just all over her legs. And she couldn't deal with it anymore. She didn't know what to do. And she thought, well, maybe it's parasites, so I'm going to do a parasite cleanse. And then she came to us. And I took a picture of her eyes. I saw some genetic weaknesses, didn't see much on her left eye. And then I got to the right eye here, and I found this big, really dense liver pigment in the gallbladder area going into the digestive tract. And I thought, well, that's in the gallbladder area. That's going to be pretty significant if it's a hepatic pigment. And so I said, well, you're doing this parasite cleanse. Let's have you keep doing that, but let's switch up what you're using. We had her start using the HMCTN, which is also a liver cleanser. And we also had her support her liver with some other herbs. And after several weeks, she started, well, immediately she started passing these big old liver flukes. They were crazy. She sent us some pictures, and I don't have them here because it's pretty bad. She also started breaking out into massive hives, and she was like, what's happening to me? And we said, this is normal. You're cleansing, but you might need to go a little bit slower. So she kind of cut back. She started going slower, but then it finally stopped. She could have broccoli again for the first time in 20 years after doing this. Again, it wasn't the foods that were the problem. There's something else going on inside the body. So, this is how iridology is so effective to get to the underlying cause, because sometimes we don't know what is going on, but our eyes are going to tell us what our body wants us to know. So the next thing I want to briefly discuss is what to do with herbs. Now, my wife mentioned that we chose to do everything in our home naturally. We made that commitment with God many years ago, and He has put us to the test. I don't expect everybody to do that, but that is something I know a lot about because we have been tried many, many times. And one of those things is several years ago when I got COVID. I think there was a 2020 COVID, which was just like the common cold. And then there was a 2021 COVID, which was something a lot different. I got the chills, the body aches, the fever, the really horrible cough, the brain fog, the loss of smell and taste. That was as sick as I had ever been. It felt like I'd been hit with a bioweapon, honestly, and I think that's what it was. It felt like something had taken over my body and it was not going to let up. I tried every solution that I knew of for any kind of virus or bacteria, and it wasn't cutting it. And so I started thinking that, all these people are using ivermectin to get better. What if I could reverse engineer that with herbs? So I found that wormwood, cloves, and black walnut were very good and effective at getting rid of parasites in all life cycle stages. But then I didn't know if that was going to work. And so I said a prayer, and I said, God, if there's anything else that I can put in a formula to make this work, let me know. Because I've been sick for 2 weeks. It's not getting any better. And as soon as I ended that prayer, I had a formula come to my mind of wormwood, cloves, black walnut with chaparral, burdock, lobelia, and then golden seal or barberry. They're quite similar and they're interchangeable. And so I put that together. I knew how much to take. That also came into my mind. And I started taking that, and within a few days, I was all better. I had no residual side effects. My parents, I'd been taking care of them as well. They had the same thing that I did. They went and got ivermectin, and they were better in a week. We started taking it at the same time. I got better in 2 or 3 days. They got better in a week. But they also had stomach pains, and they had some brain fog still. And this was a miracle for me. And so we started telling other people about it, and we started having other family members use it who came down with a similar issue. And word just spread like wildfire. And I started experimenting with it. I started taking things out, adding other things in, and it just didn't work as good when I did that. And one of the key ingredients that I found was chaparral. I had it highlighted there. This is an herb that has been used for thousands of years by the Native Americans. It's also known as creosote or greasewood. It grows in southwestern United States. So around St. George to California, if you've ever driven along I-15, that's all that grows along the freeway. That's all there is chaparral. It was considered a cure-all by the Native Americans. They would use it in all stages of life. It was a specific for bronchial issues, for cancer, for arthritis, and for liver afflictions. It is antiviral, antibacterial, antiparasitic. And what's really interesting about chaparral is they were doing a lot of research for cancer with it. And what they found was that normal drugs, normal cancer drugs, would destroy cells and weaken the immune system. Chaparral actually had this ability to pull poisons and toxins from cells, making them healthier, and it would also strengthen the immune system. So the complete opposite of normal cancer drugs. But since there was something natural, obviously they had to do something about this. So back in the 90s, the FDA put out a memo saying, hey, there's this compound in chaparral called NDGA, and it might cause liver tumors. And so vendors who were selling chaparral, they voluntarily pulled it from the market. And then more research came out and they said, hey, actually this isn't as big of a concern as we think. But by that point, the damage had been done. Again, like with the Flexner report, in the minds of the public, there was enough scare that people just went, nah, I'm not going to touch that. Nah, I don't want anything to do with that. And so it's not as common today. But you go back and look in like the 80s and the 70s, people who were trying to deal with cancer naturally, chaparral was the one. Like I mentioned, it pulls drugs, poisons, and even heavy metals from the body. And with what I had, it felt like there was some kind of bioengineered parasite with some kind of metallic component that was festering inside my body. And I'm not going to get into all of that, but that's what it felt like. Another really interesting thing that I didn't know at the time that I came to learn later was why burdock was one of the herbs that came to my mind. Because there are some concerns with chaparral, like I mentioned. There's also concerns with wormwood. There's also concerns with lobelia. But burdock is a really interesting one. It's a Japanese vegetable they call gobo. And burdock can help reduce oxidative stress on the liver. Helps to prevent liver damage. And there's a bunch of compounds like arctogenin that has really good anti-inflammatory qualities. And it can also help repair the liver. And so this is, my belief, why this came into my mind, was to help, if there is any issue with something like chaparral or wormwood on the liver, the burdock is there to help kind of stabilize this. And I learned later that this is very common that herbalists would do, is they would pair herbs that are kind of heavy on the liver with something like burdock to protect from any kind of issues like that. But I didn't know any of this at the time. We've had all kinds of people use it now, and they usually say this is the first thing they go to whenever they're sick. One thing that I've learned about it is it really does well to rapidly alkalize the body. Like I talked about, protein is very acid forming, and our body needs to be in an alkaline state in order to have our normal functions function well. And so this really helps to rapidly alkalize the system so that we can stay well. And so we call it HMCTN. It's great for parasite detoxing, heavy metal. It's really great for rapid body alkalizing. It also may prevent died suddenly, if you've ever heard of that. We've had a number of people actually use it who were vaccine injured. They started having issues after getting a vaccine, the COVID vaccine, and they started using this and their issues started to go away. One woman had asthma after getting the vaccine. She had to use an inhaler, and within a couple weeks of using this, she got rid of her inhaler. She didn't need to use it anymore. And so this is one of the first things that we use whenever we get sick. That's really what we use it for mainly. My wife takes a little bit every day, and she went and had one of those hair analysis things done, and she got her report back, and they said, "Oh, this is weird. You don't have any parasites." And they say, "Everybody who comes in here has parasites." And they said, "Why would that be?" And because of this. So that wormwood, cloves, and black walnut, man, those will get rid of them like nothing else. The next thing that we have is an iris analysis report. This is where we take a look at everything going on in your body. I go through 130 analysis points and then give you a 75-page report, and then we spend an hour diving into it. And so we usually do this for $249, but when we do presentations like this, we offer it for $199. What we do is we take pictures, and then we go through that at another time. We go through that report at another time. And if you're watching virtually, if you're here locally and you want to take advantage of this, let us know. You can go onto our website, healthsaves.org, and let me know that you were here and you watched, and we can still honor that for you if you're interested. We also have a course on iridology. I didn't put it up here. I forgot to do that. You can go to athomeiridology.com to learn about iridology, and you can use the code DU, like Defending Utah, 10, just the number 10, and you can get 10% off of that iridology course.
That number is on the screen for the online.
Okay, perfect. And so that's everything I have for you. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them for you. I'm local, yeah. I'm down in American Fork. Mm-hmm. Oh, hang on. He's got the...
Questions. When you're looking at the iris and looking at all the things that you look at, what if you already see a patient with maybe like Kaiser-Flesching rings, Wilson's disease, or like cotton wool spots? I noticed that with your chaparral, you're reducing heavy metals, because I actually have a niece with severe Wilson's disease that they've tried everything. She's in a bad shape. And I'm wondering if chaparral or your product would help her. The other one is that my brother with 2 liver transplants, if that would work for him at all. He's had 0 taste and smell for 4 years for COVID, because they won't let him take anything because of a liver transplant.
Yeah. That one's a tough one with the liver transplant. You'd have to be very cautious about it. I would opt for something more like a tea. I'd probably do... We do have it in tincture form that's drops, and you can start out really small dosing for something like a liver transplant, and then kind of work up as you can tell your tolerance. for getting back the sense of taste and smell, we have had people use it with success doing that. I mean, that was the case with me. I lost my sense of smell and taste for certain things. It was kind of weird. It was some things, but not others. Like apple cider vinegar, for example, tasted like the most awful, rancid, horrible thing in the world to me.
They call that parosmia. I think.
And so it does work in some cases. Not all the time, but in most cases.
Does cataract surgery of the eye affect your report?
No. Okay, any other questions?
You just go to healthsaves.org to get a hold of me.
Yeah, or I have some cards here. You can email me, jordan@healthsaves.org too.
It looks like you can take a picture of anybody's eye today
Yeah,
if they
I
want
can.
it, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to do that today, we can take a picture of your eye and do it or follow up virtually, or we could schedule it at my office in American Fork later on too. So that also works. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jordan.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll take a break. It's around mealtime right now, and there's a few places outside you can go, or 30 minutes we can chat and mingle or whatever you want to spend the time doing, and then we'll have Dr. Fadwa come back. So about 5:45 p.m. we'll reconvene, and yeah, so take the break. There we go. There we go. Got the microphone working. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We're coming back. It's 5:45, and we'll kind of get things moving. And we'll have a little more time after we can chat and look at vendors for a brief few minutes when we're done. So we're gonna go ahead and do 5:45 until about 7:15 p.m. Mountain Time, and we'll give Fadwa that time. But you know what great content, what great information. We talked about liberty in the beginning, and this is about the knowledge that gives us liberty, that gives us freedom. So Fadwa, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. Well, thank you for having me. I almost said welcome. It's really a pleasure to be here in Utah. You have a beautiful state. I love the mountains. It's fabulous. I'm a doctor of clinical pharmacy. I have a PharmD, so MD, medical doctor. I have a PharmD. I'm a pharmacy doctor. And I've been a clinical pharmacist for over 25 years. I just recently retired from the medical establishment in the fall of 2023. But I am self-taught in functional medicine for the past 20 years. And I've evolved in my journey with holistic medicine for quite a while. I mean, it's evolved and changed. And that's the beautiful thing about science. You have to evolve with the science. You have to evolve with new discoveries and new questions and curiosity. And I just want to thank the Gundersons. They had a fabulous, fabulous presentation. Iridology is pretty cool. And so thank you so much for your knowledge, and I will be able to piggyback from that. I want to make a point about something when it comes to the human body. There's a verse in the Bible, the pot can't tell the potter who they are, right? We don't know everything about ourselves. We didn't create ourselves. And so what I've noticed in the last 25, 30 years of taking care of very, very sick patients is that any positive thing you do, your body will shift in the positive direction. So when you hear about starting certain things or doing certain things or trying certain things, I hope it doesn't overwhelm you, and take what resonates with you well and experiment with it. Because anything positive, I had a patient that drank 12 cans of Coke every day. And he was, 12 every day, started off, and he started his day with Coke and ended his day with Coke. And he couldn't stop Coke, right? Drinking Coke. I said, well, can you drink 11 cans? He said, yeah, I could do 11 cans. Not drinking that 12th can gives the body a break. It's like, thank you for not drinking the 12th can, so I can deal with the other 11 that you drank today, right? So any positive shift, your body will immediately respond. We are truly fearfully and wonderfully made in that way. So we're going to be talking about detoxing later. I have to start off with a story, connect some dots with you. I was asked to talk about long haul COVID, the vaccines, and then detoxing. I went from conventional medicine to complementary medicine with supplements and conventional at the same time. I still work with that because some patients can't get off their meds, or I can get them off 50% of them, you know. Michigan's different. I don't know about here in Utah. You guys look pretty healthy here. I'm on the east side of Michigan, and we got some pretty sick people walking around in Michigan. And then I'm involved into biohacking after COVID. So COVID was pretty cool. Look beyond the narrative, elevate our bodies to live in this toxic world. So let me tell you right now, this world is not going back to how we were raised when we were young. It's just not. The train has left the station. We're gonna go to 5G to 10G, all right? And that doesn't mean, you know, you can still have grassroots efforts, still do the nullification, you can still get involved with advocacy, you shouldn't stop. But I'm just saying that those types of lifestyles, bioengineered food, is not going away anytime soon. Even with the data showing how much it's toxic and hurting, they're not going away anytime soon. Even though the FDA said red dye is no longer going to be allowed in food, that's just a red herring. What about polysorbate? What about yellow dye? What about the glyphosate? Oh, we'll get rid of glyphosate, but what about atrazine? You know, it's like whack-a-mole. So I want to help you be in a place where you can live while this is evolving the way that it's evolving. And I pray that it blesses you. So this is me. My website is drfadwa.com. So please, it's a super easy website to go to. And I have a bunch of different landing pages on there and my journey. My mission is to preserve family lineages. That's my mission. I want families to continue to have babies. And I want babies to be able to not be toxic. You're gonna hear me repeat things over and over tonight because I have like 100 slides and there's no way we're gonna go over them. So these slides will be given to Enoch. They're gonna be used as medical references for you. So I made these slides as if I was speaking to doctors. And so you could go back and refer to them. I have all my references on there for you. I believe when I'm going to tell you something is high or something looks bad, I should have a study to support that for you. So you will see that in these slides. If I skip slides, please don't worry. I've already told you what was on the slide. So they're wordy, they're meaty, they're done that way on purpose because I'm traveling here and I want you to have everything that you need at your disposal. I had one more thing to say. It'll probably come up later. Yeah. So about the lineages, yeah. I'll be repeating this. Babies are born with over 300 toxins on day one. 300 toxins on day one. And that's happening all the time right now. So, and I have a study to prove that to you. So like everyone else, a medical disclaimer, right? I'm not your medical provider, I'm not your physician. This is here for educational purposes only. It's not here for medical advice. A substitute for medical advice of a physician or other qualified healthcare professional. Should not use this information for diagnosing health or a fitness problem. And you should always consult with your doctor or other healthcare professional for medical advice or information about diagnosis and treatment. Root does not, you'll learn about Root, that's the products I use. Root does not claim to cure any disease or illness. Okay. Oh, wrong way. So let's talk a little bit about what happened with COVID. So COVID is a flu. It was a gain of function manipulated virus. And what happened was your body knows exactly how to handle viruses. It knows exactly how to handle bacteria. It knows exactly how to handle mold and parasites. It has two types of immune functions, innate immunity and adaptive immunity. Innate is the immediate one. Oh, I have a pathogenic virus in my body. I'm going to engulf it and take care of it. And it goes through a system process of that. Adaptive immunity is memory. That part of the immune system says, let me memorize that protein sequence. If this happens again, I'll know exactly what to do. COVID was different in the sense that that virus was so foreign that all the systems of the body took effect. All the inflammatory mediators took effect. It wasn't just cytokine storm. It was histamine. It was interleukins. It was NF-kappa beta. These are all different types of inflammatory mediators that happened all at once. Histamine was huge. And in the medical field, when we look at these inflammatory mediators, they usually happen in like small clusters. They don't all happen at one time. And when they happen in small clusters, we can usually tell what inflammatory problem you have. Rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, osteoporosis, asthma. The inflammatory mediator usually matches the disease. But that didn't happen with COVID. It was just full-blown all of them happened at one time. So long haul COVID is symptoms that linger for over 12 weeks. But I'm here to tell you it's long haul anything. So don't worry about the word COVID. The other term we use is SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2, that's the name of the virus. Because what we're seeing now, any flu, RSV, whatever, I would even be tested for it, to be completely honest with you. But any flu that you have, you're going to have these symptoms now. And it's taking longer for people to recover from these symptoms because of what happened in 2020 and 2021. I'll get more into the cellular composition in just a moment. But some of the long haul flu symptoms that linger are fatigue, poor concentration. We had the highest number of adult onset ADHD we ever had. That's a childhood diagnosis. And we could even argue if that's even a real diagnosis. But just for sake of conversation, we see it mostly in children, but we saw a lot of it in adults. We saw cardiac problems. Syncope is dizziness, arrhythmias, cough. Usually cough and any flu is the last symptom to leave. It usually lasts about 6 to 8 weeks. So people are like coughing for like 12 months, right? It's just taking the body longer to recover. The body needs time. So it's long haul anything. And it didn't matter what age. There was a study done in young and old. And it didn't matter if you recovered quickly. You know how many were like, I had it. I was done in 48 hours. I felt great. And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, they start having symptoms. And they're like, what happened? Well, what happened is the virus never left. It residually kept replicating. And the body was trying to get rid of it. And after it exhausted itself, then all the symptoms started to reveal themselves. So it didn't matter if you recovered quickly or not. And those with underlying conditions became overly expressed and severe. So I had patients who were already diabetic, already had high blood pressure prior. And everything was controlled and everything was fine. And they got sick. Then they recovered. But they never can get their blood sugars or their blood pressure back to where it was before. They had a very, very hard time doing that. And then what we found are those who didn't have any conditions prior, any medical conditions, but then all of a sudden became diabetic, or all of a sudden had anxiety, or all of a sudden had high blood pressure. Well, they were predisposed from family, genetic family predisposition, and it expressed itself after they got sick with this virus. Oops, I'm gonna have to learn these arrows, pardon me. So I already talked about the persistent symptoms, and when the virus keeps replicating, your inflammatory markers continue to rise higher and higher. So COVID hits everywhere. It hits all the cells of the body, from brain, heart, kidneys, liver, stomach, all the way. So you remember that loss of taste and smell that everyone had? That's because this particular virus hits a receptor called the ACE2 receptor. See that ACE at the top? That's the ACE2 receptor. That's an enzyme. And that enzyme works in all kinds of metabolic systems in your body. It works to convert neurotransmitters, your dopamine, your serotonins. It works to regulate your kidneys and the blood pressure. It works in the pancreas to regulate your insulin. This enzyme is very important. But SARS-CoV-2 had such a high affinity for that receptor, it went right inside of it like a glove. And poof, you were exploding ACE2 receptors all over the body. So that's why you couldn't taste and smell, oral cavity and tongue, see? But you can regenerate. We are in the, we replicate, we can replicate ourselves. But when you have such damage like this all at once, you need to give the body nutrients to be able to replicate. And then so the negative side of it is, everything I explained prior, hypertension, you started to have hypertension, you started having blood clots, pneumonia, bronchitis, glucose intolerance, meaning that diabetic, they couldn't get their blood sugars controlled because they didn't have the ACE2 receptor. And then more ACE2 receptors are coming up to the surface, and the virus was like, cool, I'll just go right inside those. The body was trying to correct itself. Here's a study showing how the ACE2 receptor is present in all those areas of your body, your lungs, your brain, your spleen, your kidneys. I already talked about SARS-CoV-2 having a very high affinity attraction to that receptor. It was like a magnet, went right inside. The virus undergoes replication and just starts killing off all these ACE2 receptors. Ivermectin, the reason why ivermectin was so famous and continues to be famous, and we have a very good alternative, of course, but because it also has an attraction for the ACE2 receptor. So ivermectin and the virus are competing to get to that ACE2 receptor. It's a competitive inhibitor. It's getting to the site before the virus. And then you have virus outside of the receptor, and now your immune system can take control. Be like, get over here. I'm trying to get to you. So now your immune system. So that's why ivermectin was, or is, continues to be a pivotal modality in those, and it treats all kinds of flus. It treats all kinds of flus. Influenza, everything. It treats them all. It's an antiparasitic, so it actually treats parasites. And now we're seeing studies with it treating cancer because because cancers are attracted to parasites. This is just a schematic showing how the spike protein can get inside to the ACE2 receptor and fit like a glove. So besides the ACE2 receptor, the other issue was the mitochondria. So like I said, I'm going to repeat myself a lot. We're done with ACE2 receptor. You know now about the taste and smell. We're going to stick with this guy for a while. Your cell is round like this, right? And it has things inside of it, like a nucleus where your DNA sits in there. And it has an organelle called the mitochondria. And the mitochondria is a genetic powerhouse organelle. It's the only one in the cell in your body that has two walls. Your cells are only a single wall, but the mitochondria is a double-walled organelle. And it helps produce our energy. That's where we make energy, is inside your mitochondria, right? You might argue and say, well, maybe cortisol release makes energy, but really our energy comes from ATP. That's the production of energy from the mitochondria. And it is the reason that keeps you young. It is the reversal of aging to have healthy mitochondria. So you can be however old you are biologically, but you can actually feel, and we can actually test for, you can have an age of a 30-year-old or a 20-year-old, depending on how well you take care of your mitochondria. It is responsible for gene expression changes from the nucleus, and you want to have mitochondrial biogenesis, meaning you want to be able to make mitochondria. So children and youth make a ton of mitochondria all the time. But as we age, we make less and less mitochondria. Well, why is that? Because mitochondria also helps reduce oxidative stress. So as we age, we accumulate waste, we accumulate oxidative stress, okay? So in natural biological processes, right, just to DNA repair, get rid of natural waste, the mitochondria is working and sending out signals to the body, to the different parts of your immune system, different parts of the body, to help reduce the oxidative stress. But as you accumulate oxidative stress, you start overusing your mitochondria, which is why when COVID hit, it was harder on the elderly, the obese, and those with chronic conditions, because they didn't have enough mitochondria to handle that slew of inflammation that was happening to them. Does that make sense? Okay, so it's very important. So we want our bodies, I tell all my patients, I want your body to sing like a symphony. What does that mean? Our bodies don't communicate in the macro, lungs, heart, kidney. It communicates in the micro, in the cellular structure. We call that cell signaling. They communicate with each other. Cassidy talked about the gut and how important the gut is. The gut has its own brain, right? And why the bacteria in the gut communicate. They send signals and communication. And if you don't have a good mitochondria, it's going to be a lot harder to take care of your gut. They both need each other. So the mitochondria is like the composer, and it's composing a symphony in your body. And when it hears something out of tune, it will go and send messages to heal that area that's out of tune. So you really need the mitochondria. This is just a schematic showing you the genetic processes of the mitochondria and the different things that it can do. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I got to get to the solution, and I only have till 7:15. And like I said, don't worry, I will give these slides to Enoch. All right. But you can see here in the inner cell wall of the mitochondria, it's called the TCA, the citric acid cycle, or we call it the Krebs cycle. And this is where we produce our energy, our ATP. And there is a cofactor in this Krebs cycle called NAD. Don't memorize anything, just listen. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, NAD, okay? We will circle back on NAD because NAD is the CEO of your cell. It determines your cell survival and your cell health. You cannot produce energy without NAD. So this circle, this wheel, is like a spinning wheel that makes energy. It's like the backbone of the mitochondria. And it needs NAD and other trace minerals. We'll talk about that in just a moment. This is just, I have 2 slides of the drugs that were used for COVID. Like I said, I presented this to doctors, and I think you could handle it. And I didn't wear my lab coat for a reason, because I don't think you need to be a medical professional to learn this stuff. I really don't. So if you look at remdesivir, structure analog of ATP. What did I just say about ATP? Makes energy, right? It's in the mitochondria, right? We had a bunch of bad side effects with remdesivir, don't we? Okay. I just want to show you Paxlovid. I don't know what you guys use here. Every state has its own culture. Physicians are comfortable with certain kinds of drugs. States are different, so I'm not sure what your conventional physicians or providers use here, but in Michigan we use Paxlovid. And take a look and just see what Paxlovid contains. And I'm just going to keep it at that. Does that look like a virus? And now we see everyone being screened for that condition. So when I presented this 2 years ago, I made sure to look at the literature to make sure I didn't miss anything recent about COVID. So nothing has really changed about COVID in terms of the ACE2 receptors, in terms of the mitochondria. The literature now is talking all about the side effects that's happened afterwards, especially after the vaccine. But what I was educating my docs to do is to start getting ahead of it, be preventative in time, right? Like with Cassie, with changing your diet, learning how to eat better, exercise, these sorts of things, and take care of your mitochondria and reduce oxidative stress. These are the vitamins and minerals that are used to help reproduce your ACE2 receptors, to heal the ACE2 receptor, to help it replicate, and mitochondrial repair. If you remember, when this happened, what were the main stuff? Vitamin C, vitamin D, quercetin, zinc, right? I'm sorry, my mouth is so dry, forgive me. What happened with D though, everybody was using D without the K2, and that was causing a lot of osteoporosis. It was pulling a lot of calcium out of the bones. So I have here old wellness and new wellness. What I mean by old wellness, I don't mean you don't do those things. I'm just trying to show you how we transition post-COVID and what actually has been happening to us for decades, even before COVID. COVID was just like, brought everything to light. We've been getting poisoned and sick for decades, okay? And COVID just helped bring everything to light. So what I have here about old wellness is the basic care and the supplements. So you make wise choices, you go on a diet, you change, you eat healthy, you exercise. We started seeing more food allergies, so we just avoid those foods like gluten or dairy, right? And you can heal or reverse chronic disease. The response is usually immediate, but what we're seeing, it's not sustaining. You do receive more energy, you lose weight, you generally feel better. You might be able to get off your meds, okay? But it's output focused. Everyone's just like, I'm overweight, I need to lose weight. And I want to lose weight yesterday, right? I'm not sleeping, I want to sleep. They want it fixed quickly. The new wellness is being able to prep your body and use biohacking. So before I go into the new wellness description, let me just ask, what does wellness mean to you? Does anybody want to express to me what wellness means to you?
Well, if you feel good, you have energy, you can
15th strain,
Hmm.
and all of the functions of the body are working as they should.
Okay, perfect, wonderful. Anything, any other opinions? Does wellness seem like it can wait? No, but we treat it like it can, don't we? I'll start Monday. I'll start the new year. We put wellness on hold. And we look at ourselves like, I've got time. New wellness is telling you you don't have time. You prep your body now, no matter how old you are. So new wellness.
You ask anything,
Oh,
my audience, just repeat what people say.
yes.
So then they hear what's going
I forgot about that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll make sure to do that. So rather than focus on the outputs, weight loss, sleep, we need to focus on the inputs. What are we inputting in our bodies in this day and age that are making the outputs a little bit harder to manage? EMF, 5G, okay? I got to use this computer. I've had my phone with me, right? What we listen and watch. The frequency level of what we listen and watch is huge. When I was raising my two girls, they're adults now, we were very strict on what they listened and watched. And they're like, well, the other kids get to what? I said, not my kids. You know, because as they grew into adults, my daughters now can make good choices of what they listen and watch. You know, and they have good demeanors, right? They're respectful to their dad and I. You know, we have good relationship. You know, so I mean, that's not the only way you raise your children, but I'm just saying it makes a big impact what you listen and what you watch to your health. Air, water, and food, they're all filled with toxins. We're being sprayed all the time. Cassidy mentioned the glyphosates in the aquifer ducts of the water. Glyphosate is a pesticide. It's sprayed on our food, and our food is now, if you go to the grocery store, bioengineered. And you have to be very organized and very intentional. Sorry, I lost the word. Intentional to eat healthy. You know, Cassie was mentioning all the vendors that she uses, right? She had to be really intentional with that. She had to do research. She had to ask questions, find out what they're doing. The average human, at least where I live, will not do that. Most of them won't do that. Most of them will go to the grocery store, and most of them can only afford what they can afford at the grocery store. But I'm gonna give you a solution where you can still live in that type of environment if you can't do the vendors and everything else, which really is the ideal way to do it. Metals, there's metals everywhere, and we have been inundated with metals for the past at least 50 years, and we're seeing it going generationally. Great grandma, grandma, daughter, baby. Babies are born with 300 toxins, most of it metals. When you deal with new wellness and prepping, the response is not immediate. You have to be patient with yourself. You have to give yourself time. You hear of mind, body, spirit. I just want to have a balance of mind, body, spirit. What does that mean to you, mind, body, spirit? Anyone? Well, you're closer to the Lord. You're thinking more positive, right? You feel physically fit, maybe? What if I were to challenge you and be body, spirit, mind, the mind last? What would that mean for you? Your mind does not control you. Your mind collects data from your body. It collects data how you feel and how you responded to things. So when you get scared or when you get nervous, your brain remembers what you did last time. Oh, you know what? We binged on Netflix last time. Why don't you go binge on Netflix? That's what we did last time. You know what? When you felt like this, you ate a bag of cookies. Why don't you go eat that bag of cookies? Your mind just takes in a lot of data and input. So that's why the inputs are so important. So your body can actually feel healthy in the positive direction. And then you actually elevate the spiritual part too, because your cells hold on to traumas from the past, whatever trauma it is. It doesn't have to be anything horribly significant. It could be something minor. And it's more precise to the root cause. We all talk about root cause. Biohacking is more precise to the root cause. I'll talk about that in a moment. And reversing aging, which increases your mitochondria, and reverse disease. New wellness requires a womb to tomb lifestyle. So root cause, what does that really mean? Well, believe it or not, the pharmaceutical industry knows root cause, or they wouldn't have been able to make the drugs that they made, right? So I'm going to use my arm. I'm going to use my arm right here. So this is a metabolic system happening in your arm. There's enzymatic processes happening here. Let's say it's for your heart, for a heart cell. And your blood pressure is at this end here. And we see high blood pressure here. This is the front end. Pharmaceutical industry works here at the front end. That's a root cause. You have high blood pressure. They'll make a drug that works in that receptor and lower your blood pressure. Supplements work further back, right here. So you're void. You don't have enough B vitamins. You don't have enough vitamin C. Vitamin C deficiency is a huge issue, a very huge issue. So let's just fill you up. We'll give you supplements. Really no different than a drug, but it's closer to the root cause. You're deficient. That could be why your blood pressure went up. If we go further back, you're filled with metals. Your cells are filled with metals and pesticides and forever chemicals like PFAS. And the Delta story here is the Delta Airlines story, where their uniforms were sprayed with Agent Orange. And they have a lot of lawsuits on that. I was telling Enoch and some friends here that we're at an Airbnb, and my bed sheets are 100% polyester. And polyester is filled with toxins. And I'm like, I am not sleeping in bed. And the host was very, very sweet. And he went and bought me cotton sheets and brought it to the Airbnb. Vaccines and graphene oxides. We'll talk about that in a moment. All right. We're seeing nanoparticles everywhere. We're seeing it even in Coca-Cola. So Microsoft and Coca-Cola are merging together to look at AI and put redo their whole business plan, Coca-Cola business plan. Well, you're going to see more nanoparticles in foods and everywhere else.
The biggest mysteries in the organic produce world right now is how did the new appeal...
Oh, cheapers.
The biggest mysteries in the organic
I
produce
stop him
world
from
right now
talking?
is how...
Well, I guess I stopped talking that way. I don't want to waste your time with that, but I wanted to just show you that our fruits and vegetables are being sprayed with a technology to preserve them, and it's called Appeal, right? But do you see the label anymore? Nope. You don't see it anymore, right? Because everyone made a big deal about it, as they should. It's wrong. It's a technology that's a poison. And anytime somebody saw the sticker, they knew not to buy those fruits and vegetables. So they're like, okay, we'll take the sticker off. But you better look at the back of the bag. Bag of limes, oranges, whatever. If you look at the bottom, you'll see it'll say bioengineered fruits and vegetables. So this is a different form of appeal. So let's talk about biohacking. I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually shocked. So what is it? Human biohacking is a form of self-experimentation that involves using lifestyle, technology, and scientific methods to optimize one's physical and mental potential. It encompasses a wide range of activities from dietary changes and exercise to more invasive techniques such as gene editing or using cybernetics. By using various strategies to enhance the body, brain, and behavior, practitioners aim to improve their performance in different areas of life. So an example of biohacking is going out and sun gazing. So when the sun rises, you go and you gaze at the sun. It's really good for your eyes, helps make vitamin A. It's good for the pineal gland, your circadian rhythm. Go out again in the middle of the day, get your vitamin D. That's another form of biohacking. Take your shoes and socks off. Go ground, get in the dirt. Vibrations from the earth, that's a form of biohacking. Take a cold shower. Cryotherapy is a form of biohacking, which helps increase mitochondria. Infrared sauna helps preserve mitochondria. Those are all forms of biohacking, and you stack them, right? So it becomes part of your lifestyle. You're like, I'm going to go out and sun gaze for 10 minutes. I'm going to go back inside. I'm going to go out in the sun, in a tank top and shorts so I can get some vitamin D on my skin. And then when the vitamin D hits cholesterol, by the way, it helps your cholesterol work better. Cholesterol is not the bad guy. Either is LDL is the bad guy. It all has to do with the size, but that's a story for another day. So we're going to talk about stacking your biohacking and how do you properly detox without stripping your cells. So this is just a schematic. I don't want to go over all of it, but your body isn't attacking you. And one of the concepts behind the vaccines is they're saying, well, your body is attacking you. It's producing these antibodies, you're getting sick, and it's attacking you. So we need to give your body something so it doesn't attack you. Your body's not attacking you. It's trying to keep you alive. And so the symptoms that you are, not you, you, that one experiences is really the body's way of trying to keep you alive. And when the oxidative stress is so high, your body, different parts of the body, remember the composer is the mitochondria. And that composer is like, okay, you hibernate for a little bit. We need to give this system some time. Your body works with energy, the ATP, and it needs energy. And if it starts to lose energy, other areas of the body just have to wait. And so you feel tired, you don't sleep, you start having rashes or what have you. But that doesn't mean your body's attacking you. You need a comprehensive support with nutrients, clearing toxins, supporting detox pathways like your kidneys, your liver, your lungs, your intestinal tract, your lymphatic system. Those are all your detox pathways. Fueling the mitochondria, as I mentioned before, eradicating environmental toxins, addressing insulin resistance, protecting and repairing damaged tissues like the ACE2 receptor, for example, reducing inflammation, ensuring toxins are properly eliminated, provide gentle regenerative detoxification. So that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, assisting detox and regenerating your cells. Okay. So our bodies are made up of 70% water, electricity, and frequency. And we produce our own antioxidants. I tell my patients all the time, you're a one walking blueberry. You produce your own antioxidants. The main one called glutathione. Glutathione became very popular very quickly post-COVID. And so everybody was taking liposomal glutathione. They were drinking it like in the gallons, and that's not the way to do glutathione. And we are our own walking EMF. Our nervous system is, it's like an electrical antenna. And we have one side of the nervous system that handles stress under stressful environments, but the longer you keep it going, it starts going into disease. But it's only supposed to be used for short term, right? The fight or flight. And then you have the calming nervous system, the parasympathoglytic, or we could call it the vagus nervous system, that helps with the healing of the body. Biohacking entails looking at all of this, not just swallowing a bunch of antioxidants. And when you were taking those antioxidants post-COVID, they weren't doing anything. They weren't scavenging anything for you. They were trying to get into your cell, so your cell could do it. They were trying to feed you. We are dehydrated and malnourished in general. And so when we take supplements, we're using it because of the fact that we're dehydrated and malnourished. But the supplements themselves aren't doing the work. They're trying to help your body do the work. So what's the goal? Get it to the cell. Get past the dead water, the low frequency, the weak cells, a perfect composition for sickness and control. And we also see a rise in no belief in the Lord. We see depression, fear, anxiety, and confusion. So we want that symphony. We want that cell signaling. We want these cells to communicate. We don't want anything off tune in the body. So you can self-heal. There's no silver bullet. You need to stack the biohacking modalities that I discussed. I have a bunch of definitions here, and I don't want to spend too much time on them. But nanotechnology, get used to that term. It's not a bad term. We have good people working with things in the nanotechnology space. I'll be mentioning one formulator today, the one I work with closely. So nanotechnology just means making things small. And now we're in the field of bioscience. We don't just like lower your blood pressure. Now that we find out that we're electrified beings and we actually emit light, we have to actually look at the physics of our body, right? The physics of our body, the engineering of our body. If you think if someone had a cardiac arrest, what's the first thing we do? We shock them with electricity. 360 joules of it, right? So that's not a scary term either. And epigenetics is the expression of your DNA, how your DNA is expressing itself. It's modifiable. It's influenced by your lifestyle and your diet. It's influenced by what you watch, what you listen to, okay? And how it's going to express itself. Which is really, what a blessing that we can actually modify our genes. Not the solid part of the genes, your eye color, your hair color, or what have you, but the top part of the gene that is sensitive to your lifestyle and your diet and frequencies and vibrations. So here we are, frequencies and vibrations. So, so we want to start incorporating proper vibrations, high frequencies to help with healing. Love is a high frequency. Joy is a high frequency. All right, high frequency foods. Did you know that garlic and onion are one of the highest high frequency foods? They carry a lot of frequency. And it's interesting that those with irritable bowel can't eat garlic and onions, right? So, and then we talked about the cell signaling. So we want to think about the dopamine, the serotonins, those are your neurotransmitters, your hormones, your estrogens, your vitamin D is a hormone, insulin is a hormone, okay? So we want to make sure that the cells can signal to produce these hormones and neurotransmitters in a proper way, not off balance. I guess I did go through all the definitions. So I want to, the point of this slide is to help you become wise consumers when you shop. The word clean has really changed in the last 4 years, especially, at least for me. Evie Cassidy mentioned in passing a couple times, like organic is not really organic anymore, right? It just was grown in the dirt, but it still was probably sprayed with pesticides, which is why she said, I don't ask the farmer if it's organic. I ask them, what did you spray it with? Which makes a ton of sense. Non-GMO, you want to make sure your food is non-genetically modified. Is the product you're purchasing, the supplement, third-party tested? That's very important. Now, I don't like the word when they put it on the label, it's third-party tested, and just tell you it's third-party tested. I prefer for them to tell you who the third party is. And if you look at BSCG, that's Banned Substances Contaminants Groups, that's the gold standard, BSCG. Most nutraceutical companies will get the gold label of BSCG to allow it to be used for athletic performance, saying that one athlete doesn't have an athletic advantage over another athlete. He wasn't on steroids, or she, or what have you. So when they get the gold seal, it just means that it's safe for athletes and it's pure. The company I'm going to present to you in just a moment has the blue seal, the highest level you could possibly get. 100% pesticide free, 100% organic, 100% non-genetically modified. Most supplements are synthetic. And I'm going to pick on vitamin C because vitamin C is really important. I'm going to repeat it a lot. And most people buy their Kirkland brand vitamin C, right? And vitamin C is made usually from corn or fermented molasses. And most of your vitamin C products have metals in them. Not only that, most of the supplements that you purchase are just ingredient listed, right? So you'll see quercetin, zinc, turmeric, they're just ingredient listed. But those ingredients need to have trace minerals with them. These elements cannot do anything in your body without trace minerals. So keep that in mind. You need trace minerals and you need vitamin C to keep that charge, that vibration, that frequency, to be able to have the cell signaling that you need. You don't just mortar and pestle something and grind it up and say, here you go. Medical disclaimer again, just because I'm going to start talking about the flagship product, about how to detox. Clayton Thomas is the founder of Root Brands. He's a very intelligent man, and he has a specialty in kinesiology, 25 years experience in health and wellness, and knows a ton about environmental toxins. This is the formulator, Dr. Christina Rahm. She has 3 PhDs and an MD. She's one of 20 nanotechnologists in the world, one of 20. She went back to Harvard to learn about nanotechnology and how to do nanoemulsion for cellular nutrients. You can't emulsify something or say something is lipophilic without having a nanotechnology background and being studied in it. She is an expert in psychology, med tech, pharmaceuticals, bioscience engineering, environmental health, and she works globally with governments around the world. So they put their money where their mouth is. And that's what attracted me to her, was the fact that they know what happened, and she was able to find a solution of what happened. She has a bunch of patents. So these are US patents. Does anyone know what a US patent is? You probably do. Over there, right? US patents is a very big deal. That means you invented something that no one else has. And you created something that is good for humanity or for the environment. And that's what she did. So she has 4 US patents on one of her products. She has 8 US patents total. One of the US patents, I don't have a picture of it, but I want to tell you about it really quick. It's called a lectin patent. And lectin is produced in plants and seeds as a form of protection for the plant and seeds as they grow in the elements of the environment, right? So the climate, insects, and what have you, so the plants and the seeds could actually thrive. Well, we are finding out that the lectin is toxic. It's got a ton of mycotoxins in them. So she's able to strip the toxins out of the lectin and create products using food. So she's able to use the Lord's food that's been tainted and clean it out. And she just got approved for that lectin patent. So see, lectin detoxification right there. So our bodies, when it detoxes in a natural way, it starts off in the liver. Your liver is your first organ that starts the detox pathway. And naturally, your body will take fat-soluble toxins and convert them to water-soluble toxins. Or convert them from fat-soluble to water-soluble. And it'll go through all the detox pathways. And those detox pathways, your kidneys, your lungs, your lymphatic system will try to take the good, any good nutrients from the waste. And then it'll go and get eliminated through the kidneys and the liver. And I have a schematic for you here. But that's natural. That's what our body does all the time. But now our body is inundated with heavy metals, microplastics, pesticides, bioengineered food, electromagnetic fields. These are things that your body wasn't meant to detox from. So we need to assist it. This is just a schematic showing you the phase 1 and phase 2, going from fat soluble to water soluble, and then eliminated via the urine, bile, or stool. So it's kind of hard to take mercury and make it water soluble, right? So how do you get rid of it? I'm going to go past these. Basically, when your body has been trying to get rid of the toxins for so many years, you end up clogging the detox pathways. They're just stuffed up. Believe it or not, one of the main ways to get rid of toxins is through trace minerals and vitamin C. But because the soil is so depleted of trace minerals, you don't have much of them. And vitamin C, we can't synthesize it in our body. You have to ingest vitamin C. You have to keep supplementing the body with vitamin C. Those two alone will get rid of those toxins. But because we don't have them enough in our system, we clog up the detox pathways because we can't get rid of the toxins in a more energy efficient manner to keep up with your life, to keep you going. Again, just a schematic, I wanted to show you that, the effect of metals on our bodies gives you headaches, cognitive disorders, neurodegenerative disorders, pulmonary edema, lung issues, infertility, miscarriages, blood clots, changes in heart function. This is all based on metals. So the 3 top metals that we want to consider are mercury, lead, and aluminum. These, especially mercury, right? The amalgams, we dealt with mercury in our teeth, right? I'm of the generation where the thermometers, the glass thermometers had the mercury in it, and we play with the mercury when it broke. Oh my goodness. It might explain a couple things about me. So they're extreme neurotoxins, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, mental health disorders. It compromises your spiritual health. It causes cell trauma, vibrations, low vibrations, low frequencies with our bodies. They're called heavy because they're smaller and more dense than trace minerals that are larger but less dense. And they carry a larger ionic positive charge, +2 or +3, versus a +1 of a trace mineral. So they end up pulling that +1 and making their way into the cell. due to their characteristics and ability to block binding sites or displace those essential minerals, resulting in mineral gapping and autoimmune reactions. So an example is mercury displaces iodine, or even magnesium. So you'll see that you're low in iodine or you're low in magnesium, and you're probably just filled with a bunch of mercury. And the body thinks you have iodine and it thinks you have magnesium because it starts to mimic what you're missing. And that's the mineral gapping that's happening there. And that's when sickness starts to happen. So if you don't have enough trace minerals and vitamin C to help with the detoxing and removal and keeping that ionic charge going in the cell, because vitamin C can actually donate ions. It can donate ions and help that cell out. Then you start seeing mold, fungus, parasite overgrowth, and leaky gut. And it takes you longer to get over viruses and bacterial infections. Are these dots connecting for you? Okay. Pregnant mothers, I talked about this just earlier as an example. Pregnant mothers pass on these heavy metals and toxins to the baby. Several studies have investigated the presence of industrial chemicals and pollutants in newborns. So here's one study here, about 287 distinct chemicals detected in the baby. Because it becomes an outlet. The placenta becomes an outlet. And here's a 2007 study. That's way before COVID, right? This has been a problem for a long time. There's the PFAS. I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. And the PFAS. We see that a lot on clothing, as I mentioned before, the Delta. We see it a lot in yoga pants for women who wear yoga pants. It's in the crotch of the yoga pants. And so explains a few things. We see it in food and packaging, textiles, carpets, like I mentioned, the sheets at the Airbnb. And we're seeing a health crisis happen, and it's being highly censored. But we're seeing more infertility with men, decline testosterone in men. We're seeing that in their early 40s instead of into their 50s. And that's probably even young too, to be honest. Rise in chronic disease among the youth. So my specialty is metabolic syndrome for 25 years. I dealt with diabetes, kidney disorders, heart disease. That was my specialty, internal medicine. We're seeing those conditions happening in our youth. And we're seeing a rise of obesity in our youth. But then what do? We're like, it's called body shaming, right? Fat is okay. Fat is not okay. It has nothing to do with looks. It has nothing to do with looks. You don't have muscle, and you're using your mitochondria, so you're aging at a much faster rate as a youth. You don't have to be skinny. You want to be healthy. There's a difference. And now we're seeing a mental health crisis as well. 42% of adults report persistent sadness. That's up from 28% in 2011. Nearly 50% of adolescents experience a mental health disorder, and 7.7 million youth had a mental health disorder in 2016. That's before COVID, but boy, after COVID, did it really go up. And here's some studies here for you. Again, these slides I'll give them to Enoch so you can have them for yourself. I'm going to bypass this. Again, my mission is to help preserve family lineages, how the mom who's pregnant for her future baby, her current mental state, emotional state, and dietary state all affects the baby, right? So the baby is born with some of the epigenetic changes from the mom's lifestyle, how she thought, how she ate, her emotional state, her toxin exposure, all affects the baby. I just want to quickly mention the vaccines. I don't want to talk too much about mRNA. That's a subject for another time. We can spend a long time on mRNA. But we know that it introduced these spike proteins and that continued viral residual. So you might have felt good after 2 days, right? Some people said that, but you're still replicating virus at a very low rate until your body can't handle it anymore. The spike proteins surround the healthy cells. They make you sick. And these vaccines have heavy metals in them, mercury and aluminum and graphene oxide. I mentioned graphene oxide because it was such a big deal, right? Everyone's like, get rid of graphene oxide. Graphene oxide has been around for decades, way before this vaccine. And the childhood schedule for vaccines, those vaccines are filled with metals and chemicals. So how is that assisting the body with anything, right? And of course, we have a bill that was passed in the 80s that gave drug companies immunity with vaccines, so they're immune from any, consequences. So I didn't want graphene oxide to be something like it's only happened recently. We've actually been dealing with it for a very long time. And I even have, okay, I'll show you the studies in a moment. These are some resources that I follow. You can follow, there's so many good people out there that can give you really trustworthy information. These are some people that I follow. Dr. Naomi Wolf, she's on Substack. She wrote the book on the Pfizer papers. Dr. James Lyon Wheeler, he's on Substack, and he just recently reported the latest study from the COVID vaccine and the adverse effects. This just came out. And then Children's Health Defense, I go there all the time for my information. I didn't put it here, I forgot. I go to Weston A. Price Foundation. I love Weston A. Price, they're fantastic. Weston A. Price was a dentist, and he was just an amazing, he was ahead of his time. Physicians for Informed Consent, they have a ton of data and research on there, on vaccines and advocacy and so forth. If you want to learn more about vaccines, a good book is Turtles All the Way Down, Vaccine Science and Myth, if you want to take it further. These are all the studies on graphene oxide that have been going on, dioxins. Okay, so we want to elevate our bodies to live in this world. Don't focus on the thing, the spike protein, the mRNA, right? We want to see the bigger picture. We want to look beyond the narrative to see the entire landscape. That was a quote from Clayton Thomas. So we want to regenerate. We want to get into the cell. We don't want to strip the cell of detoxing. So we think of things like stripping the cell would be like EDTA, certain charcoal binders that just come and strip the cell. But you got to get into the cell. That's where the metal is. That's where the parasites are. And then you don't want to rip it out of the cell, right? Because once you do that, here's the cell filled with a metal or a pesticide of some sort. You rip it out and the cell's going to collapse. And you have no trace minerals. You have no vitamin C to help give it some oomph. And you're missing one other thing that I'm going to introduce for you called silica. Okay? So that's something that traditional detox methods have overlooked. They strip. They don't, and they stay on the outside border of the cell. We want to regenerate the cell. The trace mineral is what trace minerals and vitamin C help regenerate the cell. So you want to pull and regenerate at the same time, simultaneously. It's okay. I was going to go in great detail about the cell membrane and selective barrier, but I think conceptually you're understanding where I'm going with this. Does anybody have any questions so far? Are you okay where we're at? We want to go in the cell, not out of the cell? Okay, this is getting into the cell. I want to introduce to you a zeolite. There's different kinds of zeolite. Zeolites are rock formations, natural rock formations, and they actually are remediated rock formations. They're able to absorb environmental toxins. Clinoptilite is a volcanic ash zeolite. I got this from a recent review article showing you all the therapeutic benefits of clinoptilite, short for Clino. It helps to detox, it's an antioxidant, it's a donor of trace elements, and it supports the microbiota. Sorry, I have a little bit of a speech impediment. Helps with bone regeneration, helps with your immune system. If you think of like kitty litter, that's clinoptilite. It's like kitty litter. It just goes and sucks the toxins. They use it in environmental spills. Europeans use it as a powder form in the medical field, so it's used as medicine. So clinoptilite, helps with regeneration and bioavailable silica. So the first thing you want to do is remove the toxin, remove those viral fragments, that residual virus that keeps replicating, the pathogenic virus. You want to remove the heavy metals, and you want to replenish with trace minerals. And then you want to give the cells some silica. Silica is the key building block of the body, making up 17% of it. Clean slate is the product I'll talk to you about in just a moment. When you break up, oh, okay, so let me do this. So one of the patents that Dr. Ram has, and you'll see a short video of her, is what she did with Clino is she took this rock and she fractured it. She broke it into pieces. When you break it into pieces, now it's silica. It's no longer Clino. And she took the aluminum out of the silica, the natural aluminum out of it, and made it pure silica. And when you take it in a liquid form, she turned it into a liquid form, it acts like little garbage trucks in your body. And it goes through and it has a negative charge on it. And it passively goes to the body and starts grabbing all the positive charge toxins, passively and safely and gently. So you don't have to they call it herxing when you're detoxing. There's no herxing. I have an ebook that goes with this to show you how to titrate it slowly. It's safely used in children, pregnant women as well, because we talked about the toxins that they're born with. And so it grabs the metal and it starts to rip it apart. And then as it's grabbing the metal, it immediately regenerates the cell with vitamin C and trace minerals. So it pulls and regenerates at the same time. That's what this product does, and that's what she got her patent on. So that's why I'm saying when you break apart a natural crystal without denaturing or destroying its properties, you create bioavailable silica. When you break the clinoptilite, clino, fracture it, you have silica now. You can look up orthobioavailable silica online in PubMed, and you'll find a plethora of studies. It's used for cancer. It's used for osteoporosis. It's used as a detoxing agent.
To be very careful. Zeolites are the same way. But when you look at the zeolite, it has everything from, there's oxygen and water and energy and almost everything. But the aluminum silicate and the silicon dioxide are elements within the zeolite that are part of the cages that actually trap things and help pull them apart and rip them apart naturally to go out of the body if you make it right. I used an energetic process where magnets and polarization were used to pull out the clean part of the silicon dioxide.
That's Dr. Christina Rahm. So I wanted you to hear how she created it. I'm missing a couple slides here. Or maybe I'm not. Here's her husband.
We know about the research that's been done on clinoptilolite, and this is really important for everyone to understand. Clinoptilolite is antiviral. Let me repeat that.
He's very funny.
Clinoptilolite is antiviral, published and proven, because this cage structure has the ability to bind viral components and slow down the viral replication process, that if that process took place in the human body, the slowing of a viral replication process allows your immune system to identify a virus that then it can kill. So in the aspect of binding viral particles, slowing down the viral replication process, that means clinoptilolite is antiviral. But does it kill the virus? No, your immune system does.
See that?
And this is why nature is so amazing.
Oh, hope that's okay. I don't know how to rewind it. So I'm going to show you the product that has 4 US patents. It's called Clean Slate. And this is mostly for those on Zoom or on the live that are watching it. Please don't Google it. Don't go to the, you need a referral code. You need to purchase it through somebody who already is selling it, and that's myself. So this is the QR code to the referral code. You get access to me all the time. You can text me, email me. I'm there to help you, guide you for free. I have a free weight loss and exercise app that comes with it, and a free invitation to a private Facebook group community that has a plethora of education and videos in there, and a free ebook to go with the product. Because everyone starts to get really excited and they start to Google it. So I had to put this slide up here because you need a referral code for it. So, and then you can go to drfaudo.com and you'll find the referral code there as well, how to register. So this is Clean Slate. This has one of the 4 US patents on it. It's an innovative technology, none like it in the world, created by the one of 20 nanotechnologists in the world, Dr. Christina Rahm. It's patent approved proprietary. What does proprietary mean? It means that it's a certain blend that no one else has. She invented that blend. It has silica, vitamin C, and trace minerals. We talked a lot about that and why. So the ingredients work together to pull and regenerate the cell. It explicitly designed to remove heavy metals, lead, arsenic, viral particles, glyphosate, Agent Orange, and depleted uranium. Oh. I wanted to make a joke about you, but then I couldn't do it. So it has bioavailable silica, trace minerals, and vitamin C. That's my husband, by the way, sitting in the back. Avoiding mineral stripping, right? We don't want to strip the cell. We want to be able to pull gently and regenerate the cell. So clean slate begins where detoxes leave off. Clean slate is a bioavailable silica extracted from the mineral clinoptilite, all right? So this is different than fulvic and humic. Has anyone heard of fulvic and humic? Right? Yeah. So they're zeolites too. They're minerals in dirt, and they help to pull toxins, but they can't regenerate. Algae is really good at pulling toxins. Chlorella, spirulina, they're really good at pulling metals. Tons of studies on it. But what happens is they also have nutrients in them, right? So the cells are like eating up the spirulina, and then the spirulina like drops the metal because there's no more spirulina left, and then didn't get through all the detox pathways, and that metal is like, no problem, I'll go into another cell. So there are, they do work, but they have limitations. Vitamin C, as I mentioned, is a hot topic. We cannot synthesize it. You have to ingest it. And so everyone learned the term ascorbic acid, right? Whole food sourcing. And everyone's like, make sure it's ascorbic acid or ascorbate, which is the buffered form of vitamin C so you can tolerate it in your gut. Dr. Ram created a natural vitamin C. It's not from corn, and it's not from fermented molasses, and it's a trade secret. So she will not tell anybody where her vitamin C comes from, but what she can guarantee, it's not synthetic. She didn't have to create it. It does come from a food source. And she made it, I think I have it in the next slide. Well, these are some of the benefits of vitamin C. It's an antioxidant, antiviral. It's an enzyme cofactor for collagen. In order to make more collagen, that's another thing that we reduce in making as we age is collagen, right? So you see wrinkles, sags, joint pain maybe. That all has to do with your skeletal structure of lack of keeping up with the collagen production. But if you don't have vitamin C, it's going to be even harder to make collagen. It helps with the neurotransmitters, your hormones, supports cholesterol, healthy bones. It's a detoxifier in and of itself because it can donate ions and pull metal. We must ingest it. We can't synthesize it. And I have a study here showing you all its benefits in COVID. Huge benefits in COVID. Or any flu. Liposomal vitamin C, ascorbate, is encapsulated in a lipid nanosphere. Dr. Ram went back to school to learn how to make this. So you might have other practitioners out there that make a lipophilic type of vitamin C, but if they don't have a background in nanotechnology and didn't get trained into learning how to emulsify, because to make something liposomal, it's very expensive. It's not easy to do, and it takes a lot of money to do it. This formulation allows to bypass the typical absorption method and is absorbed through the lymphatic system. This allows the vitamin C levels to increase in the plasma and maintain higher concentrations longer. It doesn't cause loose stools. So one of the things about vitamin C, you can get diarrhea. That actually helped with COVID, to be honest with you, because you were able to eliminate all the virus through the feces. But clean slate with its vitamin C does not do that. Safe for babies and the elderly, and I already talked about the liposomal. Here's her. Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Dr. Christina Ram. I'm the president and founder of Ram Thomas University and the chief formulator at the Root Brands. I've done a lot of things in my career to really help provide solutions for the world. I want to talk today about one of the classes I'll be teaching at Ram Thomas University, as well as one of the patents that will be included in the class. I'm teaching on nanoemulsions and microemulsions and how to develop those through different manufacturing methods. This is a process that I learned at Harvard University and also Cornell and other universities that I've attended throughout the world. But I also put my own spin on it, which is why I developed patents and trade secrets around it. I want to read to you guys a little bit about that today, so you know some of this information so that you can join me in learning even more and participating as we evolve as a species and become better human beings through nutrition, through supplements and natural ways, as well as pharmaceuticals. See, I worked in pharmaceuticals throughout my life, and now we have our own pharmaceutical company called Ram Pharmaceuticals. But I believe in starting with nutraceuticals and supplements and natural cures first, not claiming that we will solve everything or cure anything, but so we can get to the root of the cause. So nanoemulsions are tiny droplet-sized and kinetically stable colloidal systems. I was able to basically use a cold-pressed nanoemulsion process that I developed to really help what I am doing in the nutraceutical and pharmaceutical industry, as well as what I'm doing, honestly, with animals and skincare and also cosmetics. See, if you can develop different types of methods that use micro or nano size, and you can do it in a natural way using energy and polarization and using different types of heating and freezing, you're able to make things more bioavailable, more efficacious, and you're able to make them safe. So I use different silicas and glutathione and orthosilicic acids, as well as lots of ions and vitamins and minerals to really help in this process. And I have included this in multiple formulations that I did at the Root brands, Bill & Coo and Ella Pure. I took part of the process from the different patents and incorporated it in as a trade secret so that we would be able to have better bioavailability into all the formulas that we have. Now I want to teach this method to other people so we can even come up with further advancements. I used ultrasounds and supercritical fluids as well to improve and shorten the extraction time. I'll be teaching this so people can understand how they can do it when they formulate products and how we can develop a better future together. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day, and I look forward to working with all of you.
So here's the patent here. One of the things that Dr. Ram believes in is we all could do good together. So she wants other companies, other scientists to learn this method. It's not all just about her. So that was her point, one of her points in that video. You can look up this patent. It's open to the public. Anyone can see it. This is the fractured clinoptilite. See the fragments? And orthobioavailable silica. Here's a component I wanted to show you. She also, because it's a patent, that means she also has a patent on reversal of aging. Because she was able to state that I could increase energy, increase growth factors, aided hair, skin and nail growth, and provide an increase in focus, concentration, and memory. Those are one of the benefits as you reverse aging.
Hi everyone, this is Dr. Christina Ram. I've been doing a lot of talks on Root U about our products, how they're made, the ingredients, the different formulations. I wanted to point out, and I'm going to read this, U.S. Patent 12058-998-B1. That's a patent that I wrote that has to do with permeable and semi-permeable substrates. It even involves packaging and drug delivery and medical devices. And part of that has, I'm going to read directly from the patents and from the different summaries. Part of it contains a substrate that's from a method and process that removes contaminants and toxins and impurities, I can't say that right, from the environment and from the substance. And I was so excited to use that in Clean Slate and our other different formulations. I wrote this patent, I think, in 2020 or 2021, but it just got approved this year. And another part of the process that I'm going to read to you, because I think you guys know I took a zeolite, but I took it out and made a silica where I used frequencies and magnets and polarization and different processes that were really new. I had written a patent back in 2016, and I don't use that anymore because I use the trade secrets and the patents that I've written now that are much better. I love the patents I wrote back years ago, but I always try to improve them and make it even better. So I'm going to read a little bit more to you guys.
So I just feel when you hear the formulator's voice, hear her intention, hear how she created the product. She's a mother, she's a wife, she's an artist, an author, a scientist. She's a daughter, right? So she cares about, it's not just making something to make something. So I just feel that you should hear her voice, hear her intentions. Clinoptilite is also an intelligent volcanic rock. It has energetic properties to it. It can balance your chakras. It has environmental protection. We talked about we use it in environmental pollutions, spills. It's a medical detox. The heavy metals, the ammonia, the cholesterol, the bile, and scientifically studied. It's a versatile, energetically intelligent mineral for both spiritual and medical healing. It's really quite amazing that the Lord has this for us. We're never left wanting. in the last 5 years, I mean, I've been a believer for a long time, but in the last 5 years, I cannot believe whatever we need, it was there, right? The medical whistleblowers came out within 3 weeks. We found out what we can do to take care of what we need to take care of. And now we know what we can do to continue on this earth while we're dealing with toxins and EMF. These are some of the studies for clinoptilite and energy. This is Dr. Caroline Mansfield. She did a study. She did a study showing. I don't know if there's any. I think I can do it from here, right? So you see these little dots here? Those are nanoparticles. Those are some metals. She was able to show after giving clean slate how those metals are removed. Those nanoparticles are gone. This particular picture here is showing that cage-like structure going in and grabbing the metal and being able to regenerate. If I clicked her picture, there is a YouTube video. You can find her on YouTube. It's a 20-minute video. And she goes and explains how she was able to prove this. But I couldn't shorten the 20-minute video. This is an outcome analysis of someone's urine analysis of metal. And there's a before clean slate and after clean slate. So before clean slate, when they measured mercury in this person, it was low, it was 3.2. But after clean slate, it's 13. You would be like, it went higher. Well, it should. That means you're getting rid of it. So you should, and that's one of the detox path or the elimination pathways is your kidney. So it's either your kidney or your intestinal tract. So this is one case where we were able to see a reduction of mercury using clean slate. A 430% increase in mercury excretion in 7 days. The dose is 10 drops twice a day.
Adwa, so sorry, I startled you. So does that mean that it increases in the urine test, but if you kept doing it, it's eventually going to go away?
Right. Yeah, it eventually should go away. But this is a passive form of treatment. So, or excuse me, I don't want to use the word treatment. That's not what I meant. A passive form of detoxing that's chronic. You don't stop taking clean slate. You'll always be taking clean slate. So a lot of times patients will tell me, I'm on an 8-week detox program. I'm on a 12-week detox program. And that's fine, maybe for the short term, but what happens after 12 weeks? Did the chemtrails stop? Did the bioengineered food stop? Nothing stopped, right? So, and then you spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars and very aggressive form of detoxing that makes a person sick. It makes them tired, fatigued, headaches. And so this is a passive, safe, effective way to remove it, and always. So you can always count on it. Because of time, I'm not going to go into gut health, but Cassie did a phenomenal job about gut health. And I think you know the importance of the gut health. So I'm going to keep it here. Brain health is really important, so we want to make sure we're producing those neurotransmitters. Even Cassidy mentioned. Cassidy did such a wonderful job. I'm just going to keep quoting you if that's okay. She talked about making serotonin in the gut, right? Those are our neurotransmitters. We can make serotonin in the gut. We do have a product that helps with serotonin and dopamine production. It's a nootropic, and it works in the vagus nervous system. And that's a highly vascularized nervous system. It's the 10th cranial nerve, goes from the brain to the chest, and it consumes the entire abdominal area. So what happens when you take this nootropic, it gets taken up by the vagus nervous system, that blood flow, and goes straight to the brain and converts from L-DOPA to dopamine into serotonin. So neurotransmitters are really important, as you saw with the flu causing a lot of cognitive disorders. So to sum up, you want to remove, remineralize with trace minerals, silica. I forgot to add the other one. Do you guys remember? What else? What's missing on that slide? Vitamin C. Thank you very much. It means you were listening. So improve gut health, and boost neurotransmission. I thought I hid some of these slides. So the Root brand products are curated. They're proprietary blend. They're U.S. patent approved. There's no isolated ingredients. So you don't look at the back of the bottle and see a bunch of ingredients in there. Each ingredient works, it's a proprietary brand, so they feed off each other. They're helping each other. You should anytime you're going to go purchase a supplement, it needs to have some sort of cofactors with it. It needs to have vitamin C with it, or vitamin D and K with it, maybe a magnesium. The ingredient itself cannot do the job by itself. It needs the trace minerals, and vitamin C is a huge component of that. Oh, know your formulator, do your research, all from true plant sources. She'll even test the seed and the parent plant together. They got to match. I thought I hid these slides. This is called the Trinity. So this is Clean Slate with Zero-In, that nootropic, that brain food, and Restore. Restore helps seal the leaky gut. It has black cumin seed, raspberry ketones in it, turmeric in it, apple cider vinegar, aloe vera, and it helps remove more fungus and parasites from the body. It works very well with Clean Slate. But I thought I hid these. So let's circle back to the mitochondria. Okay, you guys remember the mitochondria? The composer of the body, helps with cell signaling. The powerhouse of the mitochondria is NAD. We need NAD to give the mitochondria the energy that it needs so it can make energy. Low NAD levels weakens the body's ability to fight disease, and you age quicker. This is her NAD product called Immune Defense Shield. As you can see, NAD is at the bottom, and it's only 6 milligrams. This is microdosing nanotechnology, so you're not going to see like large quantities. But look, it's with trace minerals: sea salt, vitamin C, D and K. Quercetin helps make more NAD. They work together. They're a team. So I just wanted to show you, we're going to circle back to the mitochondria to help with mitochondrial biogenesis, right? I already talked about this. So yeah, so it'll help with those, it'll help with those ACE2 receptors that we talked about, help regenerate the ACE2 receptors, as well as the mitochondria. This is Relive Greens. This is her green powder. It's super clean. It's lectin removed, excuse me. And you only need 1.5 teaspoons of this green powder. All of her products have some sort of detoxifying component to them and regenerating component to them. Clean Slate is the flagship. That's what it's made for. But this product can do the same thing. And then I just want to end with natural barrier support. There's so many other products, but I just want to end with this one because this is her vitamin C product. So there's vitamin C in everything that she makes. But if you want extra vitamin C for those colds, during times where you're feeling tired, or you need extra energy, or you just want to enhance your detox process, this is her vitamin C product, and it contains D and zinc. We have some powerful outcome stories as well of people, the fibromyalgia, the acid reflux got reversed. They got off some of their meds. I can't read them, so I apologize. I don't have them memorized. And then this is just talking about stacking. We want to stack your biohacking, right? So the sun gazing, the infrared saunas, these products are all biohacking products, so you would stack them. That's just the point of this particular slide. She even has a spray to protect you from the EMF. And then the referral code. That was a mouthful. And I did it in the right time, and everyone's falling asleep. So I either bored you to death, or you're just really tired. So, yeah, go ahead.
You want to do questions?
I'm happy to.
You can.
Absolutely.
And there was one online question. They wanted to ask you about vitamin D3 specifically. Do you have any comments on that?
They just said, what about vitamin D3? Yeah. Okay, so vitamin D3 is an inactive form of vitamin D. The active form of vitamin is vitamin D2, and that's a prescription form. Everything else you see over the counter is vitamin D3, the inactivated form. It's a hormone. It does have metals in it. It is synthetic if it's not made through food sources like this, and it needs K1 and K2 in order to preserve your bone structure. Because if you take vitamin D by itself, it's going to suck out a lot of the calcium from your bones. So that's my thought on vitamin D3.
If you're already on medications, is there interactions or problems with medications you're already on if you take this?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, no interactions. But what I do is I separate the Clean Slate by an hour, either an hour before you take your medications or an hour after you take your medications, just so it doesn't bind up your medicine. But what it will do to your medicine, because you're breaking it down in the liver, you have a lot of residual breakup of your medications. That residual breakup is what causes some of the side effects of the drug. So it'll end up cleaning up some of those residual breakdowns of the medication to prevent some of the side effects. Yeah, it has the potential to do that. But I usually tell separate it by an hour. Just clean slate. The other stuff you don't have to.
So on the on all of these kind of things right here, what's coming out right now? I'm going to go back to COVID.
Yeah.
The vaccines issue, because it's a big issue in my clinic. Because we were going to, of course, if we prescribed ivermectin, we'd lose our license.
Right.
It was a big deal. But nowadays, you've got VAIDS that has come out because they found that they attach the HIV to a furin cleavage site.
Right.
Right? And so...
Paxlovid.
Huh?
Paxlovid.
Oh, yeah. And then remdesivir, of course, it killed 3 of my family members. So and we call it run, death is near.
Right.
When we're in
Run
in
from
medicine.
here. Yeah.
Yep. And so I'm just looking at all of these that looks like a really good product for some of this detoxification.
Yeah, I'm actually working with physicians and dentists and chiropractors to incorporate this in their protocols for their patients. Yeah, and we even have a genetic test that will the results will come out and cluster your genetic epigenetic SNPs and then give you suggestions through the product line. But so yeah, really the main people that should be using it are like you, physician assistants, doctors. So I'm actually collaborating with them. I invited about 10 to come tonight, but they're not here. So because I thought they'd enjoy listening to this, because we need to get them in those places. Absolutely, yeah.
Unfortunately, with some clinics and some, depending on how big your clinic is, fortunate for me, I work for a private physician, but however, a lot of them, we can't even talk about it.
Right. Yeah, so we go to the ones who are willing to be open. Yeah, willing to consider it. Absolutely. Any other questions? Through this referral code. So you can talk to me afterwards. I'll help you get registered and purchase it. Yeah, absolutely.
Also, we can get you the email list of all the registrations, so you can follow up.
Oh yeah,
with anybody and send everyone whatever you want to send them.
Sure.
Slides as well, like if you want.
Okay, yeah, and I was going to give them to you too if you wanted to use them. Absolutely.
I'll post them on our members website on our various websites. We have the members area on the Defending Utah website. But for those who aren't, yeah,
I'll be
you can
happy.
email them out as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fadwa. We appreciate you and appreciate the Gundersons, and thanks everyone for joining us here tonight. We'll just kind of leave with the thought. This is liberty. This is the work that we try to engage in and spread in our communities, and we invite people to join with us, to learn with us, and start your own groups in your areas, your own chapters, or we call them committees as well. But do stay tuned to our website, get on our mailing list at defendingutah.org, and so then you can be aware of what we're doing next month and every month that we do these kinds of events. And we just will ask that the Lord keep you safe as you drive home, and thank you for coming.